Chapter 736. You are the Red Dust Pavilion's pavilion master, Miss Rian? Yi Fan asked the woman. The woman did not answer Yi Fan's question. Instead, she looked deeply at Yi Fan and said, I didn't expect you to have grown so much. Yi Fan frowned when he heard that. From the woman's tone, it sounded like she had seen him before. What? You seen me before? Yi Fan raised his brows and asked the woman. I've never seen you before, but I recognize you. The woman said to Yi Fan, You're Yi Fan, the reincarnation of Eldritch. Your father is the inverse scale sword, Yi Kong. Your grandfather is the head of the Yi clan, the snow thread sword, Yi Yun. Am I right? You're right. However, these things are already known by everyone, so they're not really secrets. Yi Fan leaned over and placed the unconscious Akatsuki in his arms under a huge rock. Then, he carefully tucked a few strands of hair behind Akatsuki's ears. You like this Japanese girl? The middle-aged woman asked when she saw Yi Fan taking good care of Akatsuki. What does that have to do with you? Yi Fan turned to look at the woman and asked, In terms of seniority, you're still my nephew. What's wrong with me asking about this? The woman looked at Yi Fan with her beautiful eyes and said calmly, Miss Rian, please be more respectful when you speak. Yi Fan immediately stood up when he heard the woman spouting nonsense. He said coldly, I respect you as a chaste woman and a kind person. That's why I stopped to talk to you. If you continue to spout nonsense and pretend to be my relative, I won't be angry with you. He heard from his father, Yi Kong, that his mother was an only child. She had no brothers or sisters, let alone any distant relatives. Since that was the case, how could he be called a nephew? As Yi Fan spoke, he withdrew the Everflame sword and waved at Baihu Xiaozhao, who was not far behind him. Baihu ran from behind to Yi Fan's side and jumped onto Yi Fan's shoulder. Matsumoto Takeyoshi wants to invite you to the East Sea to meet him. He even brought a silver bracelet for you. Yi Fan stared at the middle-aged woman. As he spoke, he extended his hand towards the pile of rubble beside him. Pa! A silver-white object flew from the pile of rubble into Yi Fan's hand. This silver bracelet had Akatsuki's aura, and it was separated from the bat spirit's gourd. Yi Fan could easily find it. Here, Yi Fan tossed the silver bracelet to the middle-aged woman. The middle-aged woman caught it and looked at it in front of her eyes. This was an ordinary silver bracelet that couldn't be any more ordinary. The tacky patterns on it had been worn away by about 70 to 80%, and the inferior coarse silver had begun to turn a little black. It was obvious that this was a piece of jewelry worn by ordinary people, and had been worn for many years. However, it was such an ordinary item that caused the Red Dust Pavilion's pavilion master, Ru Yen, to frown. Obviously, this silver bracelet was special to her. I have delivered the message, and I have given you the item. Hongji's mission is complete. Goodbye. Yi Fan said expressionlessly. He leaned over and picked up Akatsuki. Then, he turned around and prepared to leave on a cloud. Don't miss me. Time is like lightning. 25 years later, we will reunite at the Mid-Autumn Festival. Just as Yi Fan turned around, the woman in the five-colored robe began to recite a short poem. When he heard the middle-aged woman recite the five-word poem, Yi Fan's body froze on the spot. His eyes were filled with shock. This poem was written by his birth mother on his first birthday. It was a farewell poem that she left for his father, Yi Kong. How did she know? One had to know that this farewell poem was only known to him and his father. Apart from the two of them, no one else knew of it. Yi Fan turned around abruptly and looked at the middle-aged woman in shock. It seems that your father has told you about this, the middle-aged woman said calmly when she saw the shock on Yi Fan's face. Miss Ru Yen, how do you know about this poem? Yi Fan asked in shock. I just said that in terms of seniority, you're my nephew. And you have to call me aunt. Don't call me miss, the woman said with a smile. As for why I know about this poem, the reason is simple. It's because your mother is my senior sister. As soon as the middle-aged woman finished speaking, Yi Fan's head buzzed. His mother was the senior sister of the Red Dust Pavilion's master. How? How could this be? Yi Fan's eyes widened. He was stunned on the spot. Your mother's surname is Xiao, and her name is Wani. She left home on your first birthday and left this poem. She promised to reunite with you and your father on the Mid-Autumn Festival 25 years later. Am I right? Yi Fan's eyes were glazed over. He was speechless for a long time. Everything was as she had said, not one bit off. At that time, his father had told him that his mother left with a Taoist nun. And this red dust pavilion's master, Ru Yin, was also rescued from a brothel by a Taoist nun. Everything matched up now. What she said was true. His birth mother was really her senior sister. What about my mother? Where is she now? Yi Fan's eyes were red as he asked the middle-aged woman in a choked voice. He was already 24 years old. He had been separated from his birth mother for 23 years. 23 years without a mother's love. He didn't even know what his mother looked like. He knew this feeling better than anyone else. Now that he knew about his birth mother, how could Yi Fan not be emotional? Senior sister is now working by my master's side. I can't tell you where she is. This is my master's order. I don't dare to go against my master's orders, Ru Yin said to Yi Fan. Even what I said to you just now was a violation of my oath. If I hadn't met you by chance, I wouldn't have told you this at all. How is mother now? Is she all right? Yi Fan's eyes were filled with tears as he asked. For more than 20 years, Yi Fan had always complained about his birth mother. Countless times, he had questioned his mother in his heart, why she had abandoned her husband and child and left without saying goodbye. However, when he heard the news about his mother, he couldn't help but miss her. Mother and son were connected by heart. Blood was thicker than water. Yi Fan was a piece of flesh that fell from his birth mother's body. How could she not miss him? Don't worry, your mother is fine. She just misses you. Ru Yan's eyes were also filled with tears as she spoke. Don't blame your mother for being cruel. She has her own difficulties. She suffered no less than you. Every full moon night, senior sister would lock herself in her room alone. She wouldn't eat or drink and would wash her face with tears. She would look at the moon from afar and cry all night long. Yi Fan closed his eyes. 2 streams of hot tears flowed out. There's still one more year. Ru Yin used her long sleeve to wipe the tears in her eyes. She smiled and said, in one more year, the 3 of you will be reunited. At that time, you will understand everything. I can't tell you the truth yet. If I tell you, everything your mother has done for the past 20 years will be in vain. Don't blame Ani. I understand. Ani, I understand. At this time, Yi Fan was already choking with sobs. A mother abandoning her baby son in swaddling clothes, and her husband, who had helped her in times of need, heartlessly left. How much courage did this require? How much difficulty did she have to face? As the saying goes, heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. The matter of Qing Qinzi had always made him feel guilty. Mother's difficulties were probably the same. Yi Fan thought to himself, my surname is Han. In the future, you can call me Ani Han. Ru Yin said to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, whose face was covered in tears, nodded in response. What about your father? Ru Yin asked Yi Fan. How's his recovery from the demon-slaying conference? Father is fine. I think he has more or less recovered. Yi Fan replied. That's good, that's good. Ru Yin nodded and said, when senior sister hears this news, she will be very happy. Ani Han, when you see my mother, please say hello to her for me. Just say that I miss her and my father also miss her. Yi Fan said while choking with sobs. Don't worry, I will definitely pass on your words. Ru Yin said with red eyes. She had thought it through. When she went back, she could tell senior sister everything. The only thing she couldn't tell senior sister was that her baby son already had a head full of silver hair at such a young age. If that happened, senior sister would be very sad. Ani Han, that Matsumoto Takeyoshi is sinister and cunning. He has many experts under him. If he asks you to go, it must not be a good thing. You must not pay attention to him. Don't go to the Eastern Sea to see him. Yi Fan said to Ru Yin. I know what you said, but if I don't go, that Matsumoto Takeyoshi will definitely suspect you. I'd better go to the Eastern Sea. Ru Yin said to Yi Fan earnestly, go back and tell him that I will go see him in 7 days. But Ani Han, Yi Fan said anxiously. He was already entangled with Matsumoto Takeyoshi. He didn't want his aunt to be dragged into the water. Don't worry, I know what to do. Ru Yin said to Yi Fan. She stretched out her hand and waved at the ground. While on the ground, the scattered fragments of the gourd slowly floated up and flew into her hand. The fragments gradually condensed in the air above her palm, flashing with a golden light. In the blink of an eye, the broken gourd was restored to its original state, shining with a golden light. Anihan, this is... Yi Fan stared dumbfoundedly at the gourd in Ru Yan's hand. His face was full of disbelief. This thing is born from the essence of heaven and earth. It contains yin and yang qi, the power of water and fire. It can absorb all things. Even if it is destroyed thousands of times, it can be restored to its original state. Ru Yin said to Yi Fan, "The 1,000-year-old bat spirit left this treasure for you to repay you for not killing it." Yi Fan frowned when he heard that. No wonder the bat spirit looked at the gourd fragments before leaving. It turned out that this was the reason. This treasure can be big or small, big or thin, and can be absorbed or released. It may be helpful for you to find the cauldron in the future. Keep it, Ru Yin said. With a thought, the gourd in her hand suddenly shrunk from 3 feet to the size of a fingernail, shining with a golden light. She stretched out her hand and handed the gourd to Yi Fan. Obviously, her cultivation was far beyond that of the 1,000-year-old bat spirit. The bat spirit could only maintain the gourd at 3 feet, but she could control it freely. Chapter 737. When Ru Yin heard Yi Fan's words, she was stunned at first, then she smiled. "If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten," Ru Yin smiled. "I'll leave this treasure with me for the time being." As she said this, she pinched the gourd that had already shrunk to the size of a fingernail, then stretched out her slender jade finger and gently swiped at the gourd. Brush! A hair-thin golden rope of light snaked out from her fingertips and gently tied to the top of the gourd. After tying it, Ru Yin put the gourd on her neck. The golden gourd matched with a 5-color dress on Ru Yin's body, but it didn't lose its delicate elegance. "It's getting late. Anhan, I have to take Hong Ji back to the East Sea. If I'm late, Matsumoto Takeyoshi will be suspicious." Yi Fan said to Ru Yin. Akatsuki's task had already exceeded the scheduled time, so if she didn't return, Matsumoto Takeyoshi would send someone to investigate this matter. "You're right, it's getting late. You should return to the East Sea." Ru Yin said to Yi Fan, "Remember, what you and I talked about today, don't tell a third person, not even your father, understand?" "I understand, Anhan." Yi Fan nodded. "There's no time to lose. Hurry up and leave." As Ru Yin spoke, she took a string of sparkling and translucent purple crystal beads from her hair. She extended her hand and handed it to Yi Fan. "Take this beads. If you need me, you can take this beads and walk around the brothels. Within 2 hours, I will appear and look for you." "Thank you, Anhan." Yi Fan took the beads and put them in his arms. "It's not good to stay here for a long time. Go quickly." Ru Yin looked at Yi Fan lovingly and said, "Well, Anhan, take care of yourself, and say hello to Mother for me. I'm leaving." Yi Fan said, while chanting the incantation and using the cloud riding technique. Whoosh! Yi Fan's feet were surrounded by clouds as he slowly flew into the sky. "Senior sister, you're really lucky to have such a filial son. You don't have to worry about not being able to escape the sea of suffering in the future and reunite with your family." Looking at the auspicious clouds gradually disappearing into the horizon, Ru Yin sighed with emotion and muttered inside the Dojin Palace. Cui Zuan, who was dressed in a black robe with golden threads, was lazily sitting on a huge and luxurious jade throne with 9 dragons. He held a crystal wine cup in his hand and constantly swirled the purple jade-like grape wine inside. In front of him, the huge transparent crystal wall shone brightly under the illumination of the blazing fire in the fireplace. Outside the crystal wall, a crescent moon hung high in Yikong. From time to time, wisps of clouds floated past the crescent moon. Chuiziwen was a little tipsy. He drank the grape wine while quietly admiring the beautiful night in front of him. Just as Chuiziwen was enjoying the moonlight wine alone, the air suddenly vibrated slightly. Along with the vibration of the air, all the scenery instantly became slightly distorted and then returned to normal. Chui Ziwen's crystal wine cup slowly stopped in front of his mouth. Such a strange, yet familiar, overbearing spiritual pressure. He had instantly guessed the identity of the person who had come. He curved the corner of his mouth, smiled slightly, and continued to drink. Whoosh! A shadow appeared in front of Chui Ziwen out of thin air. The person who had come was wearing a bronze grimace mask and a long cyan robe made of coarse cloth. He was tall and had long hair like a waterfall. A black oil umbrella was held in his hand. It was as black as ink and shiny with oil. The bronze mask and the black oil umbrella looked a little strange against the moonlight and sparse stars of the night. "I heard that you were looking for me," the person asked Chui Ziwen in a clear and deep voice. "Mr. Yi, you've made me look for you very hard." As Chui Ziwen spoke, he put down the crystal wine cup in his hand, stood up from the colorful azure dragon chair, and walked slowly to the person who had come. This person was none other than Eldritch's older brother, the person who had sealed Yi Fan's evil energy on the day of his birth, Yi Qiu. Master Chui, together with Magic Blade Yi Ming and the supreme being of the demon realm, are looking for a secluded mountain villager like me? Aren't you making a big fuss over a minor issue? Yi Qiu, who was wearing a bronze grimace mask, stared at Chui Ziwen with his spirited eyes under the mask and asked calmly. Yi Qiu's words were not an exaggeration. Who in the world would have such a big face that Magic Blade Yi Ming, king of Hell Chui Ziwen, and the supreme being of the demon realm, Tenmoni, would look for him at the same time? Chui Ziwen smiled, waved his sleeve in front of him, and gently waved it. Whoosh! Specks of golden light flashed, and an exquisitely designed, antique black jade tea table appeared between the two of them. On the tea table, there were 2 jade teacups, a jade teapot, and a sandalwood incense burner with smoke curling up. On both sides of the tea table, there were 2 gold-rimmed Phoebe Jinan wooden armchairs on the left and right. Mr. Yi is too modest. Mr. Yi does live in seclusion, but you are not some mountain villager. As Chui Ziwen spoke, he extended his hand toward the armchair and said, "Mr. Yi, please sit." Yi Qiu looked at Chui Ziwen, then shook his green robe and sat on the armchair. After sitting down, he gently opened the black oilcloth umbrella in his hand. The black umbrella slowly floated up and hovered 3 feet above Yi Qiu's head. "What advice does Master Chui have for me?" Yi Qiu went straight to the point. Chui Ziwen shook his black robe and sat on the armchair opposite Yi Qiu. He smiled and asked Yi Qiu, "Mr. Ye's cultivation is superb, and his techniques are superb. I'm sure you can deduce why I'm looking for you, right?" Sect Master Chui is a celestial constellation that descended to the mortal world from the upper realm. No matter how great this Ye's ability is, it is absolutely impossible for this Yi to guess Sect Master Chui's thoughts. Yi Qiu calmly looked at Chui Ziwen opposite him and said indifferently. As soon as Yi Qiu said that, Chui Ziwen was shocked and his pupils constricted instantly. He never thought that Yi Qiu would be able to see through his origins. Other than himself and his mentor, Lu Ji, no one else knew about this. How did Yi Qiu know about this? This person's cultivation was so high that it was unfathomable. Mr. Ye's words are inappropriate. Chui Ziwen's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "You said that you can't guess what I'm thinking, but you're directly telling me about my origins. Aren't you contradicting yourself?" "Master Chui, you're wrong," Yi Qiu said to Chui Ziwen. "I only know about Master Chui's origins because someone else told me. I didn't deduce it." "Someone else told you?" Chui Ziwen furrowed his brows and asked, "I wonder which unworldly expert has such a heaven-defying method." The celestial being from the upper realm was a top-secret heavenly mystery. Even the upper realm's golden immortals did not know about it. Who had such great abilities to be able to see through the heavenly mystery? Chui Ziwen really wanted to know who that person was. "Who else could tell me such a heavenly mystery?" Yi Qiu said calmly. Chui Ziwen was stunned at first. Then he shook his head and smiled in relief. Who else could it be but Eldritch Buffon, who had the ability to deduce top-secret heavenly mysteries and was not afraid of retribution, and had casually revealed this heavenly mystery to Yi Qiu. Master Chui, can you tell me the reason now? Yi Qiu asked Chui Ziwen. His cultivation was indeed unfathomable and had reached the peak. However, he could not deduce anything about Chui Ziwen, Yi Ming, and Ten Moni. Among the three of them, one was the leader of Swimming Hall from the celestial being from the heavenly realm. One was the person at the top of the Eagle's Sorrow Peak, and the last one was the supreme being of the Devil Realm. The cultivation of the three of them was unprecedented and was not something that Yi Qiu could deduce. However, the reverse was also true. Although the cultivation of the three of them was heaven-defying, they could not deduce anything about Yi Qiu. If they could deduce where Yi Qiu was, then Chui Ziwen would not have to use the power of the entire swimming hall, Yi Ming would not have to use the power of the celestial being, and Ten Moni would not have to use the 100,000 demon soldiers. Yi Qiu's cultivation was so high that it was not inferior to the three of them. After all, he was Eldritch's brother. Eldritch had even taught him the secret technique to seal his own evil energy. One could only imagine how high his cultivation was. Eldritch had lived in this world for 500 years and reincarnated 300 years later. In total, he had lived for 800 years. In other words, Yi Qiu had already lived in this world for more than 800 years. With Eldritch's supreme secret technique and hundreds of years of cultivation, only Eldritch would know how high Yi Qiu's cultivation was. To tell you the truth, the reason why we're looking for you so urgently is because of one thing. We'd like to ask you to reseal the evil qi in your younger brother's body to prevent the evil qi from attacking his heart and causing a repeat of the past. Chui Ziwen directly stated the reason why they were looking for Yi Qiu. However, as soon as Chui Ziwen finished speaking, the bronze-masked Yi Qiu threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ha ha! Yi Qiu laughed maniacally. Why are you laughing, Mr. Yi? Chui Ziwen asked Yi Qiu. He did not think that this was funny at all. I'm laughing at you, Master Chui, Yi Qiu said as he stopped laughing and looked at Chui Ziwen. Laughing at me? Chui Ziwen did not understand what he meant and asked with a frown. Master Chui used his secret technique to break the first seal on my third brother's body. Now, you want me to reseal him? Yi Qiu asked Chui Ziwen. He laughed and said, Master Chui was the one who broke the seal, and Master Chui was the one who resealed it. Why, doesn't Master Chui find this funny? Chui Ziwen was stunned at first, then he laughed. Mr. Yi is right. I was the one who broke Brother Ye's first seal, but I had no other choice at the time. Chui Ziwen picked up the teapot on the black jade table and poured tea into 2 jade teacups as he said to Yi Qiu. The situation was too dangerous. If I didn't do anything, Brother Ye's mind would have been devoured by the blood demon. I had no other choice, so I thought of using evil energy to suppress the demon spirit. I had no choice but to break the first seal that Mr. Yi placed on your brother's body. I hope Mr. Yi can forgive my presumptuous actions. As Chui Ziwen spoke, he pushed one of the teacups in front of Yi Qiu. Chapter 738. Brother Yi and I have similar temperaments and personalities. This is nothing. Chui Ziwen waved his hand at Yi Qiu. As long as you can reseal the evil energy in Brother Ye's body, anything is worth it. Master Chui, forgive me for being blunt, but I can reseal the evil energy in third brother's body. But if I really do that, not only will I not be able to save third brother, but it will also backfire and harm him. As Yi Qiu spoke, he took off the bronze mask on his face and picked up the fragrant jade teacup in front of him. He brought it to his lips and took a sip. His face was handsome, red lips and straight eyebrows. He had an elegant temperament and was as tranquil as water. He looked quite similar to Yi Fan. Since they had already talked about it, there was no need for him to hide his appearance. If he did, it would make him seem petty. Backfire? Harm him? Chui Ziwen was puzzled and looked doubtful. To be honest, Master Chui, when the 3 seals were first laid, they were like 3 locks that firmly locked the evil energy in third brother's body, Yi Qiu said to Chui Ziwen. Now that third brother has been reincarnated for more than 20 years, the power of the three seals is much weaker than before. They're like rusty iron locks that can be broken but not repaired. In other words, if you want to reseal the evil energy in third brother's body, you have to first destroy the remaining two seals and then cast the spell again. But if you do that, things will be troublesome. Ichio put down the teacup in his hand and continued, if third brother didn't have a cultivation base, this method would work. But third brother has already passed the heavenly tribulation and cultivated the Shantian secrets to the third level of the primordial age. He has also cultivated the proud moon heavenly scripture to the first level. His strength is almost on par with an earthly immortal. In addition to the heavenly demonic power he obtained from the devil world and the innate demon power that recently entered his body, these four powers have gathered into one and are condensed without dissipating. His cultivation base has reached a new level. Under these circumstances, how can I dare to destroy the two seals? Now, not to mention removing the two seals. Even if one of the seals is destroyed, the remaining one will not be able to withstand third brother's soaring spirit chi and will be directly broken. In that case, the heavenly baleful chi, demonic spirit killing chi, and the innate evil spirit chi in his body will all come out together and crazily occupy third brother's mind. At that time, what will happen to third brother, Headmaster Chui can imagine. Yichio's words made Chui Ziwen frown. Yichio was right. It was easy to destroy the two seals, but the consequences were unthinkable. Back in the devil world, Yi Fan, who obtained the heavenly demonic power, had already exposed his murderous aura. He was addicted to killing and had lost his mind. Chui Ziwen used his secret technique to remove the first seal and barely suppressed Yi Fan's murderous aura. Just the murderous aura of the heavenly demonic power was already so tyrannical. If the innate demon chi and the evil spirit chi after removing the first three seals were released, wouldn't Yi Fan become the demon king of the human world, the demonic beast of hell? The undying body of the blood demon power, the Shantian secrets, the powerful and domineering proud moon heavenly scripture, the crazy control of the innate evil spirit chi, the fiery sword, the frost dragon sword, the blood drinker saber, and the crescent moon saber. Who could subdue him? When that time came, the human world would be plunged into an abyss of misery and suffering, and rivers of blood would flow. The heavenly realm definitely wouldn't just stand by and watch. They would send immortals down to kill him. Once the heavenly realm made their move, Yi Fan would really be at the end of his rope. When he thought of this, Chui Ziwen's expression became worried. This was the first time he had shown such an expression ever since he had established the swimming hall. Is there really no other way? Chui Ziwen looked at Yichio with furrowed brows and asked. There is a way, Yichio said. What way? Chui Ziwen asked anxiously. Let nature take its course and leave it to fate, Yichio said. Let nature take its course? Leave it to fate? Chui Ziwen asked. These 8 words were told to me by third brother the day before he self-detonated. Yichio said calmly. He told me that after he reincarnated, I should act according to these 8 words and not interfere with him. In other words, I can't interfere in this matter, and I can't interfere. But what about Brother Yi? After hearing this, Chui Ziwen asked, are we just going to watch as his mind is slowly being eaten away by the evil chi? Is he going to repeat the mistake of self-destructing in this life? First of all, the mysterious secrets of heaven, proud moon heavenly scripture, heavenly demon power, and heavenly demon power in third brother's body have reached a delicate balance. As long as he controls his emotions, there won't be any problems in a short period of time, Yichio said calmly. Second of all, the evil energy in his body is suppressed by 2 seals, and that evil energy doesn't seem to want to compete with the other spiritual powers, so the situation isn't as bad as we think. Control his emotions? Chui Ziwen asked Ichio. He is the reincarnation of Eldritch and the ruler of the demon realm. Do you think it's possible for him to control his emotions? You should know that he has only cultivated for a year, but he has already killed hundreds of people. Ichio didn't say anything. The evil chi in his body doesn't have the intention to fight for supremacy now because the two seals are still there. However, you and I both know that the power of the two seals is getting weaker and weaker, while Yi Fan's evil chi and demonic nature are getting stronger. Now that he has obtained the innate ferocious chi, it's one disaster after another. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before the seals are completely broken, Chui Ziwen said with a frown. Third brother told me to let nature take its course and leave it to fate. I can only do as he says, Yi Qiu said. What if it really reaches the point of no return? Chui Ziwen stared at Yi Qiu. What do we do then? If things really get to that point, we can only ask Brother Kim to help, Yi Qiu said. We will do as Brother Kim says. Brother Kim? Chui Ziwen asked Yi Qiu. He seemed to have heard Yi Fan mention this person before. To be honest, Master Chui, Brother Kim is the one who initiated Third Brother's cultivation after he reincarnated. He is also Third Brother's last hope, Yi Qiu said calmly to Chui Ziwen. If he can't save Third Brother, then Third Brother can only resign himself to fate. No one could do anything about it. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, Chui Ziwen was shocked and frowned. The Brother Kim that Mr. Yi mentioned is the mysterious expert who taught Brother Yi his cultivation. He could deduce everything that had happened to Yi Fan, but he couldn't deduce anything about the mysterious expert who taught Yi Fan his cultivation. Not even the slightest clue. If even he couldn't deduce this person's identity, then this Brother Kim's cultivation must be very high. Master Chui is right. After Third Brother reincarnated, it was Brother Kim who taught him his spiritual energy cultivation. Yi Qiu said, May I know who this person is? Chui Ziwen asked Yi Qiu. Sir, why did you say that he is Brother Ye's last hope? Only Third Brother knows Brother Kim's true identity. I don't know, Yi Qiu answered Chui Ziwen. As for why I said that he is Third Brother's last hope, it is because Third Brother told me this himself. This person's cultivation is very high. I'm afraid it has already surpassed the level of a golden immortal, Chui Ziwen speculated. Brother Kim's cultivation is very high. How can a golden immortal compare to it? Yi Qiu said to Chui Ziwen. I heard from Third Brother that Brother Kim only needs to use 1/9 of his cultivation to destroy the earth, and half of his spiritual energy to destroy the sky. Third Brother's Shintian secret was given to him by Brother Kim on his wedding day. 1/9 of his power can destroy the earth. Half of his spiritual energy can destroy the sky. Chui Ziwen's expression changed drastically when he heard this. If this was told to him by someone else, he would definitely smile and ignore it. However, he had no choice but to believe it when it came from Eldritch. With his cultivation, even if the other party was a golden immortal of the great all-embracing heaven, he could roughly deduce his level. However, he knew nothing about the Brother Kim that Yi Qiu mentioned. This indirectly proved that Eldritch's words were true. There were only a few people in the entire heaven who could reach the level of destroying the earth. This Brother Kim's cultivation is so high. He must have a very high status in the heaven realm. Chui Ziwen composed himself and said to Yi Qiu. However, the heavens have their own rules. Even if Brother Yi has a close relationship with this Brother Kim, it can't solve any problems. Master Chui, you're wrong. This Brother Kim is not from the heavenly court. How can he be bound by the heavenly rules? Yi Qiu picked up the jade teacup and took a sip of tea. He said, when Brother Kim appeared, the heavenly court didn't exist yet. What? When Chui Ziwen heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. This person actually appeared before the appearance of the heavenly court. How many years of cultivation did he have to have? Could it be that this person was an ancient true spirit, a great deity on the level of Nuwa? Chui Ziwen didn't dare to think any further. If that was the case, Yi Fan, who was at the end of his rope, might still have a chance of survival. Brother Kim is Third Brother's last hope. However, as the saying goes, whoever started the trouble must untie it. Third Brother still has to deal with all the bad karma he planted back then. Yi Qiu said to Chui Ziwen, what he needs to do now is to accumulate good karma and repay the bad karma he owed in his previous life. It's not too late to make up for his mistakes. He's one of the guardians of the 9 bells. Perhaps this is a chance given to him by the heavens. Chuizuan took a deep breath and said with emotion, Third brother's cultivation was heaven-defying back then. He had already deduced what would happen 300 years later. He even set up a shocking puzzle. I'm sure the current situation is still within third brother's expectations. Yi Qiu said to Chuizuan, unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best that we don't interfere. Chapter 739. Forbidden City. Crown Prince's Palace. Night. Inside the study, the Crown Prince, dressed in a brocade robe and a golden crown, gently placed his royal brush on the mountain of brushes made of Shoshan stone. He looked at his masterpiece on the table with satisfaction. On the table, there was a painting of a beauty. The beauty in the painting had crescent moon-like eyebrows, star-like eyes, jade-like teeth, and creamy skin. Her beautiful eyes rippled like autumn waves, clear and flawless. Her red lips were tender, soft and boneless. Her long hair was as black as ink, cascading down like a waterfall. She wore a gorgeous white robe that accentuated her curvaceous figure. The beauty in the painting was none other than Akatsuki. Since the last time he saw Akatsuki's true appearance, the Crown Prince was deeply moved by her pure temperament and unparalleled beauty. Compared to Akatsuki, the so-called 3,000 beauties in the palace were simply vulgar and unbearable to look at. The Crown Prince carefully picked up the painting and gently blew at the wet ink on the painting. There is a beauty in the north, peerless and independent. A glance can topple a city, a second glance can topple a country. Would rather topple a city or a country. A beauty is hard to find. Looking at the painting in his hand, the Crown Prince couldn't help but recite Li Yinyan's poem. Seeing that the Crown Prince was moved by Hong Luan, the old eunuch standing behind the Crown Prince lowered his eyes and slowly shook his head. It was true that the Crown Prince was Ziwei, but he was also a man. His 7 emotions and 6 desires were no different from ordinary people. Feline, why are you shaking your head? The Crown Prince put the painting of a beauty on the table and turned to look at the old eunuch. He asked, Do you think that this Crown Prince is addicted to women and can't extricate himself? This old servant doesn't dare. The old eunuch bowed and said to the Crown Prince, This old servant is responsible for your highness' safety. As long as your highness is safe, this old servant's duty has been fulfilled. As for which woman your highness likes, how could this old servant dare to speculate? You haven't answered my question. The Crown Prince smiled and asked the old eunuch, Why are you shaking your head? Your highness is already an adult and is the Crown Prince of a country. It's normal for you to be moved by the beauty Hong Luan, but the old eunuch paused. But what? The Crown Prince asked the old eunuch. In this old servant's opinion, your highness can like anyone, but you can't like this Japanese girl in the painting. As the old eunuch spoke, he glanced at the portrait of Tsukake Haim on the table. Why? After hearing the old eunuch's words, the Crown Prince was puzzled and asked the old eunuch. The old eunuch raised his head to look at the Crown Prince and said respectfully, That Japanese girl has already developed feelings for that Yifan. Could it be that the Crown Prince didn't see it? How is that possible? After the Crown Prince heard this, he smiled disapprovingly and said, Yifan already has a wife, and their relationship is very deep. In order to save his beloved wife, Yifan did not hesitate to enter the tiger's den and painstakingly search for the 9 cauldrons. You know this matter. Then what about Akatsuki? The old eunuch asked the Crown Prince. If Akatsuki falls in love with Yifan, what will the Crown Prince do? The Crown Prince was stunned. There's such a matter? The Crown Prince asked with a frown. Your Highness is inexperienced and naturally cannot see through this matter, the old eunuch said to the Crown Prince. That day, the reason why Akatsuki agreed to remove your Highness's veil and reveal her true appearance was not because of your Highness's high status and authority. Instead, it was to test whether Yifan had feelings for her. Test whether Yifan had feelings for her? The Crown Prince's frown deepened. How did you know? This old servant has seen countless people in his life. This matter cannot be hidden from this old servant, the old eunuch said to the crown prince. That day, when Akatsuki agreed to remove your highness's veil, she secretly glanced at Yi Fan to observe his expression. Although it appeared to be a casual glance, it had a deep meaning, and that Yi Fan was very clearly shocked by this woman's decision. He was even somewhat angry. Later on, he directly returned the jade pendant your highness bestowed upon him to your highness. He was also unhappy because of this matter. Also, Yi Fan must have seen this woman's true appearance before. According to this old servant's knowledge, once a Japanese woman wears a veil, she will not easily see her true appearance unless it is someone extremely close to her. For example, her master, parents, siblings, or even her husband. When the old eunuch said the word husband, he deliberately emphasized it. How do you know that Yi Fan has seen Hongji before? The crown prince looked at the old eunuch and asked. At this moment, he had already addressed Akatsuki as Hongji. When Akatsuki removed her veil, Yi Fan's gaze was lowered the entire time. His expression was as calm as water. He did not even look at Akatsuki. From this, we can conclude that Yi Fan has seen Akatsuki's true appearance before, the old eunuch replied. Hearing this, the crown prince's body went limp, and he fell into his treasured chair. The old eunuch's deduction was reasonable and well-founded. He had no choice but to believe it. There are thousands of beauties in the world. As the ruler of a country, your highness can have any woman you want. Why must you fall in love with that Japanese woman? The old eunuch advised the crown prince. This woman and Yi Fan are entangled in love. If your highness interferes, it will not benefit your highness. You might even lose the opportunity to meet Yi Fan and become enemies. Why must you do this? Let's put this matter aside for now. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it, the crown prince said with disappointment and disappointment. Yes, your highness. The old eunuch bowed. He had already said what he needed to say. As for what the crown prince would do, he could not interfere. Your highness, the imperial astronomer, Li Tianfeng, is outside requesting an audience with the crown prince. He says that he has an urgent matter. Just as the master and servant were conversing, the voice of a young eunuch came from outside the study. Imperial astronomer Li Tianfeng. The crown prince frowned and muttered to himself, "It's so late. What's he doing here?" Li Tianfeng is proficient in astrology and divination. He is loyal and does things flawlessly. For him to come so late at night, there must be something important, the old eunuch said to the crown prince. In that case, let him in, the crown prince said to the old eunuch. Yes, your highness, the old eunuch replied. He flicked the horsetail whisk in his hand and said loudly to the door, "Summon Li Tianfeng for an audience." The young eunuch received the order and left with a bow. A short while later, a thin man in his 40s, wearing an official's robe and official's hat, pushed open the door and entered. Imperial astronomer, Li Tianfeng, kowtows and salute to your highness. Please forgive me for disturbing your highness's rest so late at night. After entering, the man immediately knelt on the ground and bowed to the crown prince. You may rise, the crown prince said. Thank you, your highness. The official stood up and thanked the crown prince. It's so late. What does Imperial Astronomer Li have to report? The crown prince calmed himself down and asked with a dignified expression. He was the heir apparent of the country and ruled over the world. He could not allow his personal affairs to affect the matters of the imperial court. Your highness, this humble subject used the armillary sphere to observe the night sky and discovered an unprecedented and inconceivable matter. This humble subject feels that this matter is of great importance. Thus, this humble subject braved the night to report to the crown prince and ask the crown prince to make a decision. Strange matter? What strange matter? The crown prince picked up the fragrant tea on the table and used the lid to lightly scrape the foam on the tea as he asked, Your Highness, do you remember the fiery meteor that this humble subject mentioned to you a few days ago? The official asked the crown prince with a grave expression. You're talking about the meteor that burst out of the Jinx? The crown prince took a sip of tea and asked Li Tianfeng. Yes, the official replied. What's wrong with that meteor? Didn't you say it fell into the South Sea? The crown prince asked. Your Highness, this humble subject used the myriad starry sky technique to search and discovered that the fiery meteor. The male official hesitated for a moment before continuing. The fiery meteor did not fall into the South Sea. It didn't fall into the South Sea? The crown prince frowned and placed the teacup on the table. He asked, then where did it fall? From the baleful aura it emits, that fiery meteor is currently in the center of the East Sea. However, from the magnetism it emits, that fiery meteor is currently located on a small island in the East Sea. The male official replied with a lowered head. What, 2 places? The crown prince was in disbelief when he heard Jian Zheng's words. Lord Li, don't be anxious. Explain the matter clearly and slowly. Let His Highness understand. The old eunuch immediately consoled when he saw that Li Tianfeng was a little anxious. Yes. Li Tianfeng wiped away the fine beads of sweat on his forehead and composed himself before explaining. When that fiery meteor fell, its location was indeed in the South Sea. This humble subject saw it clearly on the armillary sphere. This humble subject originally thought that the meteor had already fallen into the boundless sea and sunk to the bottom of the sea, never to appear again. However, when this humble subject was using the armillary sphere to observe the night sky, to my surprise, this fiery meteor appeared on the armillary sphere again. You said that the fiery meteor appeared in 2 places at the same time. What's going on? The crown prince asked with a frown. Your Highness may not know. Li Tianfeng cupped his hands and said to the crown prince, that fiery meteor came from a jinx and contains the baleful aura of the heavens. It is extremely ominous. If an ordinary person is contaminated by this baleful aura, their mind will be in chaos and their baleful aura will surge to the sky. They will become a monster that is neither human nor demon. However, any meteorite that falls from the sky will have a natural magnetism. This humble subject used the 10,000 manifestations of the stars technique to find that the baleful aura and the magnetism of this fiery meteor are not in the same place. One is on a small island in the East Sea, while the other is in the center of the East Sea. The distance between the 2 places is close to 1,000 li. Thus, this matter is extremely strange and is of great importance. This humble subject reported this matter to your Highness in the middle of the night. There's actually such a thing? The crown prince was greatly surprised after hearing Li Tianfeng's explanation. After the old eunuch heard this, he frowned and narrowed his eyes. Are you sure this is true? Is there a problem with the armillary sphere? The crown prince asked Li Tianfeng. This humble subject has checked the armillary sphere several times. There is absolutely no problem, Li Tianfeng replied solemnly. This matter is absolutely true. This humble subject is willing to use my head to guarantee it. This is truly a strange matter, the crown prince muttered to himself. This humble subject would like to ask your Highness a matter. Li Tianfeng bowed and asked the crown prince. What do you want to ask? The crown prince asked in return. In the past few days, has your Highness received any reports of a tsunami along the coast of Fujian? Li Tianfeng respectfully asked the crown prince. Chapter 740. Sure enough, Li Tianfeng said with a solemn expression after hearing the crown prince's explanation. What's the matter? The crown prince asked Li Tianfeng. Your Highness, that flame meteor weighed more than 100,000 jin and came from outer space. If it fell into the southern sea, it would definitely cause a huge tsunami, Li Tianfeng said respectfully to the crown prince. Since your Highness didn't receive the memorial about the tsunami in Fujian, then this official's conjecture is correct. That flame meteor didn't fall into the sea. The flame meteor fell in the southern sea, but now it appeared in the eastern sea. Moreover, it appeared in 2 places at the same time. The crown prince frowned. This matter is indeed strange. Your Highness, this isn't the strangest thing. Li Tianfeng cupped his hands and said to the crown prince, this official also discovered something strange. What strange thing? The Crown Prince asked. The innate fiendish chi on the flame meteor appeared in Yangzhou yesterday and returned to the Eastern Sea early this morning, Li Tianfeng said to the Crown Prince. What? Appeared in Yangzhou? Returned to the Eastern Sea today? The Crown Prince was inexplicably shocked. Could it be that the flame meteor is alive? It can actually travel between two places? This official doesn't know. Li Tianfeng lowered his head and answered. He was proficient in astronomical phenomena and was knowledgeable, but he had never encountered such a strange matter. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that such an inconceivable matter existed in the world. The Crown Prince frowned and remained silent. Even Li Tianfeng couldn't explain this phenomenon, let alone him. Lord Li, I've heard that your 10,000 constellations technique can take shape on the spot, create shadows out of thin air, and search for the stars and moon. Is that true? The old eunuch thought for a moment and asked Li Tianfeng. Eunuch, as long as it's a star, the 10,000 stars technique can track it, Li Tianfeng replied. Since that's the case, perform this technique in front of His Highness and explain in detail the trajectory of the flame meteor, the old eunuch said to Li Tianfeng. This? Li Tianfeng looked at the Crown Prince and pondered for a moment. The Crown Prince nodded at Li Tianfeng, indicating that he should do as the old eunuch said. This official obeys. Li Tianfeng bowed to the Crown Prince and respectfully replied. He took 5 steps back and closed his eyes slightly. His hands separated and drew a circle in the air. Buzz, as his hands drew in the air, a huge ball of light appeared out of thin air. The ball of light was 5 feet in size. Green, yellow, blue, green, and white, a mixture of 5 colors, dazzling the eyes. On the periphery of the light ball, specks of starlight wrapped around it. The brilliance was dazzling. As soon as the ball of light appeared, the entire study room was instantly illuminated by its radiance. Li Tianfeng spread out his arms, palms facing each other, and slowly lifted the 5-colored light ball. Buzz, the 5-colored ball of light slowly rose into the air and rotated slowly. Your Highness, please take a look. This is the 9 heavenly stars portrait. Li Tianfeng slowly lowered his arms and cupped his hands. The Crown Prince stood up from his throne and walked in front of Li Tianfeng with a shocked expression. He raised his head and looked at the 5-colored light ball floating in midair. The 9 heaven star atlas, the Crown Prince said. Yes, Your Highness, Li Tianfeng said. This 5-color ball of light is the ground beneath our feet. Above it, blue is the sea, yellow is the earth, white is the water, green is the plants, and green is the mountain. The specks of starlight surrounding it are all the stars in the heavens. Is the ground beneath our feet really round? The Crown Prince, who was illuminated by the 5-colored light emitted by the 9 heaven star atlas, asked Li Tianfeng in shock. In his mind, the universe was round and the ground was round. Your Highness, it is indeed so, Li Tianfeng replied respectfully. The Han Dynasty's Zhang Honghun Yizhu said, the sky is like a chicken egg. The celestial body is round like a pellet, and the earth is yellow like a chicken egg. Alone in the sky is big and the earth is small. There is water in the sky, and the sky covers the earth, and the shell covers the yellow. Heaven and earth stand on air and float with water. The Taoist Lingbao Sutra said, the shape of heaven and earth is like an egg. Within the 6 directions, it is round like a ball. The sun and moon appear and disappear, moving above the sky and below the earth. Up and down, things move like a wheel. The Buddhist Surangama Sutra said, and Analu, seeing Jambudvipa, earth is like seeing the maha fruit in the palm. All these scriptures coincide. The Crown Prince nodded slowly. Your Highness, please take a look. This is the place where the fiery meteor was supposed to fall, the Demon Island in the South Sea. Li Tianfeng pointed at the 5-colored light ball above his head, and a green light spot appeared in the blue area of the light ball. And the fiery meteor was falling rapidly toward the Demon Island at noon that day. Li Tianfeng raised his hand and pointed again, In an orange light, spot appeared in the vast sea of stars outside the five-colored light ball. The orange-yellow dot of light had an inch-long tail as it rushed down, and it landed on the green that represented Evil Demon Island. At that time, I thought that the fiery meteor had sunk into the vast sea along with the Demon Island. However, I later discovered that this was not the case. "Your Highness, please take a look," Li Tianfeng said and pointed at the five-colored light ball again. The fiery meteor rose again and flew from the South Sea to the center of the East Sea thousands of miles away. Li Tianfeng continued. After reaching the East Sea, it split into two. One flew to Yangzhou and then turned back, while the other slowly moved to a small island on the other side of the East Sea. Following Li Tianfeng's explanation, the orange-yellow light representing the fire meteor first flew to another part of the Blue Sea. Then it instantly split into two, becoming two light spots. One flew directly to a yellow land and then turned back, while the other slowly moved to another part of the Blue Sea. "This is really strange," the Crown Prince said with a frown after watching Li Tianfeng's demonstration of the nine-heaven star illumination. "The East Sea, could it be?" The old eunuch suddenly had a flash of inspiration and said in surprise. Hearing the old eunuch's words, the Crown Prince's expression changed. He seemed to have guessed the old eunuch's meaning. "I understand. You may leave first," the Crown Prince said to Li Tianfeng. "Remember, you are not to mention this to a fourth person, understand?" Li Tianfeng was stunned at first, then understood and bowed to the Crown Prince. "I understand. I will take my leave." After speaking, he retreated and left the Crown Prince's study. It was clear that the Crown Prince had sensed something about this matter. Although Li Tianfeng was curious, he did not want to know the inside story. His many years of experience as an official told him that knowing too much would not do him any good. "The person you're going to talk about was Matsumoto Takeyoshi," the Crown Prince asked the old eunuch after Li Tianfeng left. Last time, Yi Fan said that Matsumoto Takeyoshi was searching for large amounts of meteoric metal to create top-notch battle swords for his fierce black feather troops. This time, the fiery meteor fell from the sky. How could he miss this opportunity? The old eunuch looked at the Crown Prince and said with a serious expression, this was most likely done by him. But even so, why did the fiery meteor split into two, and why did it travel back and forth between Yangzhou? The Crown Prince asked the old eunuch. "If I didn't guess wrongly, the meteor that traveled between Yangzhou and the Eastern Sea was not the fiery meteor," the old eunuch replied. "Not the fiery meteor? Then what was it?" The Crown Prince asked the old eunuch with a puzzled expression. "A person," the old eunuch replied. "A person?" The Crown Prince was even more confused. "A person who obtained the fiery meteor's innate killing intent," the old eunuch said with a serious expression. "A person who obtained the fiery meteor's innate killing intent." The Crown Prince's expression changed. "That's right. If I didn't guess wrongly, the fiery meteor did not destroy Demon Island, not because it changed direction, but because someone caught it before it fell and brought it back to the Eastern Sea. Or rather, it was brought to Matsumoto Takeyoshi," the old eunuch said with narrowed eyes. Caught? Before it fell? How is that possible?" The Crown Prince was shocked, and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Tianfeng said that the fiery meteor weighed more than 100,000 jin, and it fell from the sky. Its power could even cause a large-scale tsunami. With such a thunderous power, who could catch it? There were no reports of tsunamis in the coastal areas of Fujian, and Demon Island is still in the Southern Sea. These 2 points are enough to prove that the fiery meteor did not fall to the ground, the old eunuch said with a serious expression. And the fiery meteor did fall toward Demon Island. So other than being caught in midair and taken away, there is no other possibility. The old eunuch's words made the Crown Prince, who was sitting on the throne, gasp. To be able to catch a fiery meteor that weighed more than 100,000 jin with his bare hands. What kind of cultivation did this person have? Didn't Li Tianfeng say that the innate killing intent was extremely ominous, and that after being contaminated, one would turn into a monster? The Crown Prince asked with a shocked expression. Could it be that he was not afraid of dying from internal combustion? If it's really as you said, then Matsumoto Takeyoshi really can't be underestimated. He actually has such a peerless expert under him. Although Matsumoto Takeyoshi has many experts under him, to be able to catch a fiery meteor and be unharmed after the innate killing intent entered his body, I'm afraid there's only one person who can do it, the old eunuch said with a frown. Do you mean? The crown prince was shocked and asked anxiously. Other than Yi Fan, there is no one else, the old eunuch replied. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crown prince waved his hand and said resolutely, Yi Fan definitely wouldn't do such a thing. This old servant also believes that Yi Fan wouldn't do such a treasonous thing. However, to be able to do such a thing, there is only one person, Yi Fan, the old eunuch said to the crown prince solemnly. He is the ruler of the demon realm and has the power of the heavenly demon in his body. He also has the protection of the spiritual power from the heavenly tribulation. Although the innate killing intent is powerful and overbearing, it is not an easy thing to affect his mind. Before we have conclusive evidence, we cannot jump to conclusions, the crown prince said with a frown. Whether or not it was done by Yi Fan, your highness will know when you send someone to Yangzhou to investigate, the old eunuch suggested to the crown prince. You arrange this matter. You must investigate this matter thoroughly, the crown prince said with a heavy heart. Chapter 741. Eagle's Distress Peak. Yi family's residence. Early in the morning, Yi Kong, who was dressed casually, sat cross-legged on a stone platform in the back garden of the ancestral residence. He closed his eyes and breathed in and out, adjusting his breath. It had been nearly half a month since he returned to the ancestral residence. Although his injuries had improved, he still had not fully recovered. During the demon-slaying conference, because he was eager to save his son, he forcefully activated his vitality. His emotions were agitated, causing his internal organs to be damaged. He cultivated innate vitality, not spiritual energy. Once his internal organs were damaged, it was equivalent to damaging his foundation. Naturally, he would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Yi Kong, who had always been calm, was somewhat anxious about his injuries. Now that the Yi family had returned to the Great Ming Dynasty, there were many things waiting to be done. Not only did he have to revitalize the family, but he also had to help the crown prince build the Bronze Men army to fight against Matsumoto Takeyoshi's Black Feather army. There were too many things to do. However, with his current weak body, he could not even walk for a long time. How could he help the crown prince fight against Matsumoto Takeyoshi? In addition, his father, Yi Yun, was seriously injured. Because of the Burning Heavens diagram, his life was stolen by 10 years, so his injuries were several times more serious than his. Although his beloved son, Yi Fan, had a sudden increase in his cultivation, his inner demon had appeared. He had even become the ruler of the demon world. He did not know how far Yi Fan would develop in the future. Would he really become a bloodthirsty demon king, like what Jiao Swansea had said? Uffed. Yi Kong was worried about his loving father and beloved son. He was also anxious about the matter of the Bronze Men army. This caused his thoughts to run wild. His meridians and vitality were in chaos, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother. The scene of Yi Kong spitting out blood was discovered by Yi Chun, who happened to walk into the back garden. When he saw this, he tiptoed and used his movement technique to rush to Yi Kong. He reached out to help Yi Kong. Yi Kong and Yi Yun were seriously injured. The affairs of the Bronze Men army and the entire Yi family were all managed by him. With blood at the corner of his mouth, Yi Kong waved his hand at Yi Chun, indicating that he was fine. Big brother, how are you? Yi Chun anxiously asked Yi Kong. I'm fine. Yi Kong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said weakly, with my current body, I'm afraid I can't help you. Big brother, why are you doing this? Yi Chun anxiously said to Yi Kong. The Yi clan has me now. Big brother, you just need to focus on recuperating. He knew that because Yi Kong was too anxious, he failed to heal his injuries and suffered instead. I'm like a cripple right now. I can only do what I can, Kong said as he slowly stood up from the stone platform. "I'm going to check the meteorite that the Crown Prince sent over and see if it matches what's on the list." In the past 10 days, the Crown Prince had already sent people to secretly collect the meteorite according to the list that Yi Chun and Yi Yun had made in the Mongolian Empire to continuously send the meteorite to the Yi clan's ancestral home. "Big brother, rest well. I'll do this." Yi Chun supported the pale-faced Yi Kong and said anxiously, "Let me do something. That way I'll feel better." Yi Kong turned his head to look at Yi Chun and said faintly. Yi Chun frowned after hearing this and slowly let go of Yi Kong's hand. What he said was right. Asking him to do some simple things might be able to calm him down temporarily, so that he wouldn't let his thoughts run wild and get angry. Night Sky weakly stepped forward and slowly walked towards the warehouse that contained the meteorite iron. Sigh. Yi Chun looked at the figure that was disappearing into the night sky and let out a long sigh. His big brother had always been pure, and his heart was like still water. But he could never give up on his family. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Kong coughed as he arrived in front of the warehouse. He opened the hidden door and entered the warehouse. Inside the warehouse, there were hundreds of wooden cabinets of various sizes. The cabinets had yellow seals with the royal insignia. Inside were all extremely rare meteorites that fell from the sky. Yi Kong opened the cabinets one by one and took out the list. He inspected the meteorite that was used to create the armor and weapons of the Bronze Man. The meteorite was indeed personally supervised by the Crown Prince. Every piece of meteorite was top-notch in terms of color, weight, type, and purity. Yi Kong nodded his head in satisfaction. With these things, he could definitely create an army of bronze men and weapons that could fight against the Blackfeather army. "Eldest young master, there's someone outside who wants to see you." As Yi Kong was inspecting the meteorite in the cabinets, Huang Shouyi's voice sounded from outside the hidden door. When the Yi family retreated to the Mongolian Empire, Yi Yun arranged for Huang Shouyi to stay in a secret place. He instructed him to disguise himself and conceal his identity. He was not to reveal his identity unless he saw the Yi family. Huang Shouyi obeyed Yi Yun's arrangement and stayed in that secret place. He never went out. He only returned to the Yi family's ancestral home when he heard that the Yi family had been rehabilitated by the imperial court. Cough, cough, cough. Yi Kong coughed as he replied, "I'm not seeing him." Ever since the Yi family's reputation was restored, many people from the Jianghu who avoided the Yi family came to visit Yi Kong. Especially after the battle at the demon-slaying conference, Yi Kong's ethereal sword art became even more famous. Many people came here because of its fame, wanting to see its elegance. As for these people, Yi Kong never met them. "But eldest young master, the person who came said that you won't see others, but you will definitely see him," Huang Shouyi said from outside the door. Cough, cough, cough. "Who is it?" Yi Kong casually asked as he inspected the meteorite. It's a beggar," Huang Shouyi replied. Huang Shouyi knew that Yi Kong learned the ethereal swordsmanship from a beggar. This was also why he didn't chase the beggar away and instead told Yi Kong about it. "Beggar?" Yi Kong heard this and immediately raised his head with a shocked expression. "Yes," Huang Shouyi replied. He said that the eldest young master invited him to drink at the Drunken Immortal restaurant. Rumble. Before Huang Shouyi could finish speaking, the granite stone door opened with a loud bang. A pale Yi Kong quickly walked out with a face full of excitement. "Where is this person now?" Yi Kong anxiously asked Huang Shouyi. "He's just outside the door," Huang Shouyi replied. When Yi Kong heard Huang Shouyi's words, he immediately ignored his injuries and jogged towards the door. The person outside the door was none other than his master, who taught him the ethereal swordsmanship and Xiantian Yuan Qi. Yi Kong coughed violently as he arrived in front of the door. With great difficulty, he slowly opened the heavy door. Outside the door, a sloppy beggar with disheveled hair and a dirty face was lying on the steps of the door. The beggar looked to be in his 50s. The clothes on his body were tattered and dirty. Around him, a few flies were flying around, buzzing. However, even so, the old beggar's eyes were shining brightly, surrounded by essence and cold light. At this moment, the old beggar who was lying on the ground was holding his head with one hand and a wine gourd in the other. He squinted his eyes and gulped down wine. Disciple Yi Kong greets master. Seeing his master whom he had not seen for more than 20 years, Yi Kong tidied up his clothes. His knees went soft, and he knelt in front of the old beggar. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times. How many years has it been since we last met? The old beggar asked as he drank, and looked at Yi Kong who was kneeling in front of him. Replying to master, disciple has already bid farewell to master for 25 years. Yi Kong raised his head and replied respectfully. 25 years, time really flies. The old beggar said with a hiccup, Master, have you been well all these years? Yi Kong asked the old beggar. Your master has been well. I can eat 2 roast geese and 3 jars of good wine for a meal. The old beggar smiled at Yi Kong. But disciple, your internal organs are damaged, and your yuan qi is exhausted. You can't even stand properly. Disciple's skills are not good enough. I've let master down. Yi Kong kowtowed and said with tears in his eyes, Good disciple, this is not your fault. Get up quickly. As the old beggar said this, his figure disappeared into thin air. Then he instantly stood in front of Yi Kong and stretched out his hand to help Yi Kong up. Master. After getting up, Yi Kong was choked with sobs and could not say anything. Yi Kong, master has 2 things to do this time. The old beggar smiled and said to Yi Kong, The first thing is to heal your injuries. As the old beggar said this, he quickly grabbed a few flies that were buzzing around his head. Shwa! A fly was held in the old beggar's hand. Come, eat this elixir. The old beggar stretched out his hand in front of Yi Kong and spread out his 5 fingers. Buzz, as the old beggar spread out his hand, a few dazzling golden lights shot out from his palm. It was dazzling. In the blink of an eye, that green-headed fly turned into a golden elixir the size of a soybean. Yes, master. Yi Kong took the elixir from the old beggar's hand and swallowed it. Buzz, just as Yi Kong swallowed the elixir, a dazzling golden light appeared from above his head. In an instant, Yi Kong's entire head turned golden. Hua! As the elixir went down Yi Kong's throat and into his stomach, the golden light slowly flowed down. In the blink of an eye, Yi Kong's entire body was filled up. At this moment, Yi Kong had turned into a golden man made of light. Yi Kong only felt a strong and vigorous heat surging through his 8 extraordinary meridians. In an instant, it circulated around his body and finally gathered in his sea of qi. His 5 viscera and 6 bowels that were heavily injured had recovered and were even better than before. In an instant, Yi Kong's injuries were healed, and he was surrounded by golden light. He looked at the changes in his body in disbelief. He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. At this moment, he wasn't as simple as recovering from serious illness. His sea of qi was full, and he had strength in his body. This 9-yang elixir has been with me for more than 200 years. It has been useless. Today, I'll give it to you to gather spiritual energy. The old beggar looked at Yi Kong, who was surrounded by golden light, and said with a smile, More than 200 years? Master, are you? When Yi Kong heard what the old beggar said, he was stunned and tongue-tied. It's been more than 20 years. It's time to tell you my true identity. The old beggar smiled and said, My Taoist name is Ujizi. I resigned from my family and became a monk at the end of the Western Han Dynasty. 200 years later, I achieved great merit and ascended. As I didn't like the complicated celestial rules of the heaven realm, I became an immortal. When I was at Mount Longhu, I saw that you were eager to learn from me. You were kind and benevolent, so I made an exception and took you in as my disciple. I taught you swordplay. Chapter 742. My master is actually a real immortal. Yi Kong was shocked. No wonder he has such a supreme cultivation. From now on, you're no longer immortal. The old beggar smiled and said to Yi Kong, This Jiang pill was refined by your grandmaster, immortal Yushu, using the sun's true fire and pure yang spiritual energy. It took him 81 days to make it. After taking this pill, the spiritual energy will flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians and gather in the Qi Sea. Wherever it passes, the body will be reborn and reborn. The body you had just now was completely destroyed by the pure yang spiritual energy, and the body you have now was reforged by the pure yang spiritual energy. You will naturally understand the profound principles behind it in the future. Disciple thanks Master for the grace of rebirth. Hearing his master's words, Yikong was moved to tears and knelt on the ground. The second thing I want to do is to teach you one of the 3 ultimate sword techniques, the supreme sword technique. The old beggar put his hands behind his back and leaned over to Yikong's ear. He whispered with a smile, "Ethereal sword technique." Ethereal sword technique? After hearing these words, Yikong, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly raised his head, his face full of shock. That's right, ethereal sword technique. The old beggar smiled mysteriously and straightened up. He put the wine gourd to his mouth and gulped it down. Master, didn't you teach this ethereal sword technique to me back then? Yikong asked. Ha ha. The old beggar laughed and put down the wine gourd. He wiped his mouth with his dirty sleeve and laughed. The sword technique I taught you back then was indeed the ethereal sword technique, but it only had space and no spirit. Only space and no spirit? Yikong was puzzled. This ethereal sword art is a peerless sword art that I spent 500 years to comprehend. Its might is overbearing, and the profoundness of the sword art is not something you can imagine. The old beggar smiled and said to Yikong, "My ethereal sword art is known as the 3 wonders of the immortal sword art, along with Taoist Master Lu of the Thunder Sect's Purple Cloud sword art and Taoist Master White Crane's Jinghong sword art are known as the 3 wonders of the immortal sword. They're on par with each other. Back then, you had a mortal body and an unstable temperament. How could you cultivate such a peerless technique? I once gave pointers to the immortal of the upper realm, Qin Yu Taoist master, in his swordsmanship. I even taught him one of the moves of the ethereal swordsmanship, White Rainbow, piercing the sun. Qin Yu Taoist master had to practice this move for a whole month before he achieved a small success. If even an immortal was like this, what more immortal like you? What I taught you 25 years ago was only the sword moves, but there was no sword spirit. The reason why I did this was because, firstly, I wanted you to familiarize yourself with the sword moves so that you could master the sword moves of the ethereal swordsmanship. Secondly, this sword art is too overbearing. It can kill the 8 tribes' righteous gods and demons on the cave island. Its power is not to be underestimated. I can't teach it to anyone who is not blessed, has no evil thoughts, and has a kind heart. If I teach it to the wrong person and cause the 3 realms to be plunged into misery and suffering, then I will have committed a great sin. The old beggar said to Yikong earnestly, I wanted to test whether you have a pure nature and a kind heart, so I used 25 years to secretly observe you. Fortunately, you did not disappoint me. In these 25 years, you have been faithful to your master. You have been loyal to your master. You have repaired bridges and paved roads, given to the poor, respected the old, and loved the young. Your kindness and righteousness are commendable. It can be said that you have both loyalty and filial piety. You have accumulated a lot of merit. It is because of this that I came here to bestow upon you the golden core and teach you the ethereal swordsmanship. As Ujizi spoke, he extended his right hand and pointed it directly at Yikong's glabella. Buzz, a dot of golden light shone from Yikong's forehead. It was dazzling and radiant, empty and formless. Spiritual energy is lifeless. It is neither empty nor alive. It is neither decreasing nor increasing. Whoosh, as Ujizi chanted the immortal mantra, hundreds of dazzling golden ancient seals slowly flowed out from Ujizi's sword finger and flew directly into Yikong's forehead. The ancient seals were about an inch long and were flowing with golden light. Each word was very simple and unadorned. This was an immortal mantra, so it was naturally extraordinary. In the blink of an eye, the mantra of the ethereal sword art was completely imprinted into Yikong's mind. Yikong, whose eyes were tightly shut, could only feel a dazzling golden light in his mind. Hundreds of golden ancient seals were floating in the air. Each word was precious and profound. After receiving the mantra of the ethereal sword art, Yikong opened his eyes and knelt down. He said gratefully, "Disciple, thanks Master for imparting the immortal mantra to me." The ethereal sword art, one of the three arts of the immortal sword, could slay golden immortals and demons. Its power was unprecedented and unparalleled. After receiving such a supreme immortal sword art that even the immortals of the upper realm were in awe of, how could Yikong not be overjoyed and moved to tears? Get up, get up." Ujizi helped Yikong up and said, "I have already imparted the mantra of the ethereal sword art to you." The mantra includes one chapter on breathing, one chapter on condensing spiritual energy, 7 chapters of the ethereal sword art's mantra to activate the sword art, and 81 sword moves. You must practice diligently and do not slack off. One day in the future, you will be able to use this sword art to help Eldritch. Remember, you can use the first 72 sword moves at will, but you must not use the last 9 unless absolutely necessary. Those 9 sword moves are the ethereal sword art's 9 forms of annihilation. They can kill immortals and destroy gods. Once they are used, the opponent's body and soul will be destroyed. Remember, disciple obeys master's orders. Yikong replied respectfully. Ujizi nodded slowly. "Master, my son Yifan is currently surrounded by evil energy and has a demonic spirit in his body. I wonder if in the future he will." Seeing that his master was a true immortal, Yikong immediately asked about his son's future. Immortals had limitless immortal mantras and were able to see the past and the future. They definitely knew what would happen to his son. You don't need to ask too much about this matter. As the saying goes, the cycle of the heavenly Tao, karma dictates everything. "What will come," Ujizi said to Yikong. "Although Eldritch is unruly, neither good nor evil, he is not an evil person. This is something that everyone in the 3 realms knows. Remember, good and evil will eventually be repaid. Karma will not go wrong, regardless of whether one is an immortal or a human, a devil or a demon. Do you understand my words?" Disciple understands. Yikong choked with sobs. Ujizi's words of Eldritch is not an evil person had given him hope. Ujizi nodded and said, "I have finished what I came here for. It is time for me to leave." Seeing that his master was about to leave, Yikong immediately wiped away his tears and said anxiously, "Master, it is rare for you to come here. Please come to the residence and rest for a while. Disciple will prepare some food and refreshments for you as a sign of filial piety. I still need to go to the immortal island of Penglai to play chess with a fellow immortal, so I won't be going in today," Ujizi said to Yikong. "Wait until everything is settled, then you can show your filial piety. Master is leaving." After saying that, Ujizi's figure turned into specks of golden light and disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, Yikong immediately knelt on the ground and respectfully kowtowed 3 times to the spot where Ujizi had been standing. After kowtowing, Yikong stood up and returned to the Yi clan residence. "Big brother." Just as Yikong turned around and closed the door, Yi Chen's figure quickly walked out from the inner residence. "Big brother, where did you go? I didn't find you in the storeroom, so I thought you." The moment Yikong turned around, Yi Chen was stunned by the scene in front of him. At this moment, Yikong's body was shrouded in auspicious energy, and his eyes were full of energy. His face was glowing, and he was completely different from the depressed and sick person from before. Big brother." Yichen was stuttering as he asked. The Yikong in front of him was like a completely different person from before. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that all of this was real. "I can help you now," Yikong said to the stunned Yichen with a smile. Above the eastern sea, in the evening, dressed in a black robe, Yifan stood on the deck of the small boat with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. In the sky, dark clouds covered the sky and strong winds blew. Faint sounds of thunder could be heard from the dark clouds. On the surface of the sea, layers of waves rolled back and continuously slapped against the small boat, causing the boat to sway slightly. A storm was about to arrive. Seeing this, Yi Fan, with his silver hair and robes fluttering in the wind, smiled. Tonight was going to be a stormy night, and he could enter the sea to search for the cauldron. Now, in the entire East Sea, there was only the sea within a radius of 800 miles that he hadn't searched yet. He had already searched the rest of the sea. In other words, as long as the storm arrived, he would be able to find the cauldron that Li Si had told him was hidden in the depths of the East Sea. In that case, he would find a fifth cauldron. Yi Fan smiled and returned to the cabin of the small boat. Everything was ready, and they were only waiting for the storm to arrive. Everything was as Yi Fan had predicted. As soon as the sky turned dark, heavy rain accompanied by wind, thunder, and lightning came pouring down. In the latter half of the night, the sea was even more turbulent. Yi Fan looked through the porthole at the harsh environment outside and nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Gong wide. Yi Fan closed the porthole and returned to the wooden table. He lit the candles on the table as he spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Yi Fan's voice fell, two black streaks of light shot out from the yin-yang go seal in Yi Fan's arms and landed in front of Yi Fan. After the black streaks of light dissipated, the two ghosts appeared. "Greetings, sir." The two ghosts bowed to Yi Fan and said in unison, "I'm going out for a while, and I'll be back before dawn," Yi Fan said to the two ghosts. "During this time, you two help me look after Xiao Zhao and wait for me to come back." The storm was raging outside, and Xiao Zhao would be frightened by the power of the heavenly lightning if she stayed by his side. Furthermore, he was going to enter the depths of the sea to search for the cauldron. There were undercurrents and groups of whale sharks there, and it was definitely not something the Sisui River could compare to. It was said that the whale was as big as a small mountain, and it was very delicious. If Xiao Zhao saw it, she would definitely be frightened. As such, it was better to leave it in the cabin and let the two ghosts protect it. "As you wish, sir," the two ghosts replied in unison. "Woo!" Baihu leaned in front of Yi Fan and whimpered softly. "Don't worry, I'll be back before dawn. Wait here for me to come back, okay?" Yi Fan gently caressed Baihu and said with a smile. Baihu lowered her head and gently nudged Yi Fan's forehead as an answer. "Look after the candles, don't let the oil burn the boat. I'm leaving," Yi Fan said to the two ghosts, and his body instantly disappeared. Whoosh. Chapter 743. Swoosh. Amidst the lightning, Yi Fan, who had turned into a white star, flew towards the south of the East Sea at a high speed. At this time, the East Sea was raining heavily. The wind was strong and the lightning was striking. Between the sea and the sky, it was a vast expanse. With his lightning-fast movement technique, Yi Fan arrived at the predetermined sea area in less than 10 minutes. He pierced through the ink-black clouds and looked down at the sea below. Buzz, Yi Fan had just pierced through the dark clouds when a translucent light ball enveloped him completely. The water avoidance pearl in his arms started to work. On the surface of the sea below, huge waves surged and made a loud crashing sound. Within the water avoidance pearl, Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning as he carefully searched the calm sea area. Two huge red beams of light shot out from his eyes and scanned the surface of the sea. Soon, a strange sea area attracted Yi Fan's attention. This sea area had a radius of nearly 1 mile. Not to mention the raging waves, there was not even a trace of wind. The surface of the sea was as calm as the surface of a calm lake. Found it. This was where the divine cauldron was. When Yi Fan saw this miraculous scene, his heart was filled with joy. He activated his movement technique and quickly descended from the sky. Boom! Yi Fan's water avoidance pearl rushed into the sea at high speed and created a huge water pillar. Under the sea, it was dark. Within the water avoidance pearl, Yi Fan made use of the red light beams shot out from his eyes to control the pearl to descend at high speed. The two huge red light beams attracted a lot of schools of fish. They surrounded the two light beams and swam around excitedly, moving together with Yi-Fan. The pearl whistled, and the schools of fish circled around. The light beams were bright like lightning. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Fan had already descended more than 1,000 feet. Whoosh! Just as Yi-Fan was concentrating on activating the water-repelling light orb and continuing to dive, more than a dozen huge black shadows approached him from the distant sea at high speed. Yi-Fan's bright red light beam attracted a large number of fish, and a large number of fish attracted the top predators in the sea, the killer whales. Yi-Fan furrowed his brows at the sight of the approaching mountain-like shadow. As soon as he entered the sea, he encountered killer whales, and there were more than a dozen of them. Right now, he was not in the mood to tangle with these predators. What he needed to do was to find the divine cauldron below as soon as possible. When he thought of this, Yi-Fan made a mental command and doubled the speed of the water-repelling light ball. Whoosh! As the speed of the light ball suddenly doubled, a swirling undercurrent appeared behind the light ball, like the tail of a meteor. Originally, Yi-Fan wanted to rely on speed to get rid of these predators. But who would have thought that when these killer whales saw Yi-Fan diving at high speed, not only did they not give up the chase, but they were instantly enraged. They swayed their huge fish tails, plunged the whale's head down, and chased after him. In the sea, they were the overlords, and no species could escape from their huge mouths. The killer whale's body was huge, and its weight could reach up to 100,000 caddies. Its body weight, its smooth fish body, and its enormous strength allowed it to dive extremely quickly. It was not inferior to Yi-Fan's water-repelling light ball at all. Under the sea, a strange scene suddenly appeared. Two bright red light beams shot straight to the bottom of the sea, and around the light beams were countless fish of various colors. After the light beams, a crystal-clear water-repelling light orb, illuminated by the red light, whizzed down. Following closely behind the water-repelling light orb were more than a dozen overlords of the sea, killer whales. The three of them chased each other and quickly dived more than 3,000 feet. Seeing the killer whales in hot pursuit, Yi-Fan, who was inside the water-repelling light orb, became a little impatient. With his cultivation, he could increase the speed of the water-repelling light orb to a speed that the killer whales could not reach, but that was only a temporary solution. Once he found the boundary of the divine cauldron, he had to stop. At that time, this group of huge, enraged killer whales would still attack him. The more important reason was that Yi-Fan was never used to hiding, and was not used to being chased from behind. First, I'll get rid of these guys, and then concentrate on looking for the cauldron. Yi-Fan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. After making up his mind, Yi-Fan instantly retracted the two red light beams that shot out from his eyes. Whoosh! As soon as the light beams disappeared, the sea, which was still glowing red just now, instantly became pitch black. Whoosh! At the same time, Yi-Fan's body, together with the water-repelling light orb, instantly disappeared. The dozen killer whales that were chasing after Yi-Fan saw the food that was about to be in their mouths suddenly disappear, and they were suddenly stunned. Whoosh! Just as the dozen killer whales were looking for Yi-Fan, Yi-Fan's figure appeared out of thin air in front of the leading killer whale. His face was calm, and his eyes were looking straight at the killer whale that was hundreds of times bigger than him. Yi-Fan's sudden appearance stunned the killer whale leader. The food in front of it seemed to be different from the food that had been caught before. However, this did not affect its appetite. From its point of view, Yi-Fan was just a small fish that swam faster than the others and could glow. Whoosh! The killer whale opened its big black mouth, revealing its thick white teeth, and bit down hard on Yi-Fan. Whoosh! Yi-Fan, who was wrapped in the water-repelling light orb, disappeared into thin air again. Crack! The killer whale missed, and its upper and lower jaws instantly closed together, making a loud and horrifying sound. Seeing that its food had disappeared again, the killer whale was a little angry. It stared furiously at Yi-Fan with its eyes wide open as it looked around for him. "Stop looking, he's here." Just as the killer whale was flustered and exasperated, Yi Fan's voice came from the right rear of the killer whale. The killer whale turned its huge head, glanced back, and saw Yi Fan in the water-repelling light orb. Yi Fan's teasing made it, as the leader of the group, furious. It shook its head, twisted its body, and used its huge tail to sweep toward the water-repelling light orb where Yi Fan was. Whoosh! Before the whale tail arrived, the water pressure arrived first. The majestic torrent force was thousands of pounds, and it hit Yi Fan's water-repelling light orb at high speed. Buzz Yi Fan urged his spiritual power and laid out a 3-foot-thick, 5-colored spiritual power outside the water-repelling light orb. His eyes were calm, and he controlled the light orb to stay in place, not dodging at all. Boom! The huge whale tail swept over and slammed heavily on Yi Fan's water-repelling light orb. Whoosh! A loud sound was heard, and the torrent was dancing wildly. Within 100 feet of the water-repelling light orb, all the swimming fish, prawns, and crabs were instantly washed away by the undercurrent stirred up by the whale tail. The force of the whale tail could reach tens of thousands of pounds. If it were someone else, they would have been smashed to pieces and turned into meat paste by the killer whale's swimming dragon swings its tail. But then again, Yi Fan was not someone else. He could even catch a fiery meteor that fell from the sky with hundreds of thousands of pounds, let alone a mere whale tail. Under the attack of the killer whale's huge tail, Yi Fan's spiritual energy orb did not move at all. The killer whale turned its huge head, and its pair of huge pupils constricted. "It's my turn." As Yi Fan spoke, his body swayed, and he kicked the killer whale sideways, using the real swimming dragon swings its tail. Bang! Yi Fan's right foot ruthlessly kicked the killer whale's hill-like body. Before the killer whale could react from the shock, it instantly felt its body become light, and its body flew upside down. Whoosh! A large string of bubbles came out of the killer whale's mouth, and it arched its body and flew more than 100 feet away. Whoosh! Before the killer whale could straighten its body, Yi Fan's figure appeared on top of the killer whale's head again. Bang! Yi Fan's figure fell rapidly, and he kicked the killer whale again, which had a frightened look on its face. This time, Yi Fan kicked the killer whale's head. The killer whale rolled its eyes. With its head down and tail up, it slowly sank to the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! 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 Seeing that their leader was seriously injured by Yi Fan, the rest of the killer whales immediately swam toward Yi Fan at high speed. They surrounded Yi Fan in a circle according to their usual method of surrounding fish. Then, they opened their mouths and pounced toward Yi Fan in the center of the circle. "You can't sleep yet. I have to lend you some." Seeing that the remaining killer whales wanted to avenge their leader, Yi Fan laughed. He stretched out his hands and directly grabbed the tail of the slowly sinking killer whale leader. "Up!" Yi Fan shouted softly, exerting strength in his hands, and directly swung up the dizzy killer whale that weighed nearly 100,000 pounds. Whoosh! Yi Fan swung the killer whale with both hands and smashed it hard at the killer whale that rushed to him first. Bang! The killer whale was instantly smashed until it saw stars, and it spun and flew out. Bang! 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 Yi Fan swung the hill-like killer whale and kept whipping the group of killer whales that rushed forward. Torrents rose everywhere. The sound of water rumbled, and the muffled sound was endless. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen killer whales were hit by Yi Fan until they were dizzy and flew more than 100 feet away. One of the smaller killer whales was even whipped out of the sea by Yi Fan. When everything returned to calm, Yi Fan released the killer whale leader that was covered in wounds and dizzy. At this time, the dozen killer whales were suspended in the sea around him, turning over their bellies and breathing weakly. They no longer had the imposing manner of the overlords of the sea just now. The law of the jungle has always been the natural law of the animal world. Because of this, Yi Fan only taught them a lesson and did not take their lives. He activated the water-repelling light ball and slowly came to the front of the killer whale leader. At this time, the killer whale leader was already on the verge of death. It only exhaled, not breathed in. The dozen killer whales were all beaten away by it, so naturally, it was the one that was most injured. Still alive, Yi Fan, who was in the water-repelling light ball, asked the killer whale with a smile. Gurgle, the suspended killer whale spat out a large string of bubbles as an answer. Yi Fan smiled, stretched out his hand, and pressed it on the killer whale's head. Seeing Yi Fan holding it down, the killer whale's eyes suddenly showed a look of horror. It thought that Yi Fan was going to take its life. "Don't worry, I won't kill you," Yi Fan said, and activated the power of the heavenly demon. Buzz as the red light in Yi Fan's palm lit up, the overbearing spiritual power began to enter the killer whale's body. Brush, the injured parts of the killer whale began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. The power of the heavenly demon can reconstruct the body with a drop of blood, so naturally, it can repair the body. In the blink of an eye, the killer whale that was dying just now was alive again. "Don't bother me again in the future," Yi Fan patted the killer whale's head and said with a smile, "Take your group and go." The killer whale looked at Yi Fan and then screamed a few times at Yi Fan in a high-pitched voice. Although it couldn't understand Yi Fan's words, it knew that Yi Fan had saved it. After the scream, the killer whale leader slowly swam up to check on its companions. Chapter 744. Without any external disturbances, Yi Fan could concentrate on diving. Under his control, the waterproof light ball whizzed down as fast as lightning. Inside the light ball, Yi Fan once again released two huge red light beams from his eyes, shooting straight to the bottom of the sea. The red light beams illuminated the dark and endless path ahead. However, after half an hour, Yi Fan slowed down the speed of the waterproof light ball. He seemed to feel that something was wrong. With the speed of his descent, he should have already dived more than 10,000 feet, but the red light beams from his eyes told him that he was still far from the bottom of the sea, because the red light beams he shot out had yet to illuminate the bottom of the sea. The dark space under his feet seemed to be endless. No matter how deep the East Sea was, it could not be as high as the clouds. According to common sense, he should have already reached the bottom of the East Sea. Even if he had not reached the bottom of the sea, the huge light beams from his eyes should have illuminated the bottom of the sea. But now, there was only darkness. It was as if he had fallen into a vicious circle. Something was wrong. There must be a problem. Yi Fan frowned and stopped the waterproof light ball completely. He suspended the waterproof light ball in the sea and used the two red light beams to scan the surroundings. Whoosh, whoosh in the darkness. All kinds of unknown sea creatures were swept by the two red light beams from Yi Fan's eyes and immediately fled in all directions. This was the bottom of the sea, and it was dark all year round. Even if the sun was high up in the sky, it was still dark here. As a result, the sea creatures gathered here had already adapted to the dark environment and could not withstand the stimulation of the strong light. After scanning the area, Yi Fan's expression became serious. Everything seemed normal. Could it be that he was overthinking it? Or was his sense of direction affected by the dark environment and he was seeing things? This was his first time entering the sea, so it was not impossible. He had heard from his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, that on the sea, the wind was strong and the waves were strong. The undercurrents were surging, and losing one's sense of direction was a common occurrence. Even the most experienced helmsman could not guarantee that he could find the right direction every time. Even many large fleets had misjudged the direction and sailed into unknown depths of the sea. In the end, the entire fleet disappeared as if it had evaporated from the face of the earth. No one was found alive, and no corpses were found. It was already like this on the surface of the sea, not to mention the dark sea below. Perhaps he had really lost his way. Yi Fan thought to himself. No, Yi Fan quickly rejected this idea. He was just diving, so how could he have gone in the wrong direction? Even if his sense of direction was wrong, the two red beams of light from his eyes wouldn't turn around, right? Following the straight beam of light at high speed. How could it be possible to get lost? Let's try again. Yi Fan made his decision. If it was the same this time, then it wouldn't be a problem with his sense of direction. After making up his mind, Yifan shot the two red light pillars straight downwards. Immediately after, he urged the aqueous ball of light to whiz downwards. Whoosh! Under the illumination of the red light, the sparkling and translucent water-repelling light ball carried the whirling torrent and dived down at high speed once again. This time, Yifan calmed himself down and concentrated on his journey. However, when he followed the red light pillar and dived down for nearly 1,000 feet, a strange scene appeared. More than 1,000 feet below him, more than a dozen killer whales were swimming slowly. And these dozen killer whales were the overlords of the sea that Yifan had just taught a lesson. The bruises on their bodies were the evidence. At this time, the dozen killer whales were chasing a group of fish under the lead of the killer whale leader. After seeing this, Yifan, who was inside the aqueous ball of light, changed his expression greatly, and his pupils contracted. How could it be? How could it be? Yifan was shocked. He couldn't believe the strange scene in front of him. Just now, this group of killer whales was clearly above his head, and he was urging the aqueous ball of light to dive down rapidly. How could the two sides, one above and one below, meet here? No matter how fast these killer whales dived, it was impossible for them to surpass his aqueous ball of light. For a moment, Yifan was stunned in place. He didn't understand what was going on. Could it be that he was blinded by an illusion like last time when he was looking for the cauldron in the Sisui River? And these killer whales in front of him were all illusions? Thinking of this, Yifan urged the aqueous ball of light to fly toward the group of killer whales at high speed. If this group of killer whales was really an illusion, he would definitely be able to find a flaw. Whoosh! The aqueous ball of light was extremely fast. Soon, it was more than 100 feet in front of the killer whale leader. The killer whale leader was concentrating on chasing the fish. When it suddenly saw Yifan, it was instantly shocked. It stopped its huge body. It didn't know why this glowing person suddenly appeared again. The remaining dozen killer whales couldn't help but tremble when they saw Yifan. They were already scared of Yifan, so naturally, they were scared witless. Yifan stopped the aqueous ball of light, then slowly reached out and gently touched the killer whale leader's huge forehead. The killer whale leader didn't move, letting Yifan touch it. Although it didn't know what Yifan was going to do, it knew that Yifan wouldn't hurt it. After gently touching it, Yifan's brows furrowed even tighter. In the killer whale leader's body, there were still remnants of the spiritual energy he had just injected into it. In other words, these killer whales weren't illusions, but real existences. No matter how powerful an illusion was, it couldn't simulate his heavenly demon power. All kinds of strange phenomena showed that he was just going in circles in the sea. He wasn't in an illusion, but had already fallen into some kind of formation. Yifan thought in his heart and slowly withdrew his hand from the killer whale leader's head. "It's all right, you can go." Yifan waved his hand and said to the killer whale leader. The killer whale leader tilted its huge head, not understanding what Yifan meant. Yifan saw that the killer whale leader didn't understand what he meant, so he could only urge the aqueous ball of light to move dozens of feet horizontally, making way for the group of killer whales. The killer whale leader now understood. It cried at Yifan and slowly swam away with the group of whales. After the group of whales left, Yifan raised his head and looked above, then withdrew the spiritual energy he had applied to the aqueous ball of light. As soon as the power was withdrawn, the aqueous ball of light quickly began to float upward. Yifan didn't do this to save spiritual energy, but to let the aqueous ball of light float to the surface of the sea by virtue of the natural buoyancy of the sea. He vaguely felt that this formation might only work on spiritual energy. As for those sea creatures without spiritual energy, this formation wouldn't affect them at all. It was because of this that Yifan withdrew the spiritual energy controlling the aqueous ball of light, who, under the effect of the huge buoyancy, the aqueous ball of light floated upward at high speed. In less than 10 minutes, Yifan heard the sound of lightning and thunder coming from the sea. Sure enough, That formation only worked on spiritual energy. As soon as he withdrew his spiritual energy, the formation's influence immediately disappeared. When Yifan saw this, he was shocked. But when he was only 10 feet away from the sea, Yifan once again mobilized his spiritual energy and activated the aqueous ball of light. The aqueous ball of light gained power and instantly accelerated. Boom! The aqueous ball of light rushed out of the sea and flew into the sky. Above the sea, there was a torrential rain. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, strong winds blew, and huge waves rose to the sky. Yifan, who was frowning, suspended the aqueous ball of light in the middle of the torrential rain. He looked at the turbulent sea below and thought hard. He would never have thought that he would be bewitched by a mere formation. Although he already knew the way to break the formation, he still couldn't feel happy. Without spiritual energy, he couldn't even enter the sea, let alone break the enchantment of the divine cauldron. As such, he could only look at the sea and sigh. Yifan was a little anxious. He had to find a way to use his spiritual energy and break through this strange formation. He couldn't understand how this formation worked, and he couldn't understand how the formation confused his sense of direction. The light beams that shot out from his eyes were straight. Logically speaking, it shouldn't deviate from the direction. How could it not work? Yifan couldn't figure out the mystery. Wait a minute, eyes? Yifan, who was inside the aqueous ball of light, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He suddenly realized the reason why he was trapped in the formation and deviated from the direction. The problem wasn't with the light beam, but with his eyes. The two red light beams that shot out from his eyes were indeed straight, but he couldn't guarantee that his eyes wouldn't move. With a slight movement of his eyes, the straight red light beams would deviate from the direction. That formation must be able to affect the movement of his eyes and guide his gaze to deviate. That was why he kept going in circles. If he hadn't met the group of killer whales by chance, he would probably still be wandering in circles in the deep sea. Thinking of this, Yifan suddenly understood. Since he had already understood the principle of the formation's operation, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. If this formation could affect his eyes, then he wouldn't need to use his eyes to find the direction. Yifan thought to himself as he stretched out one hand into the void. Buzz, a large ball of red flames appeared in Yifan's hand out of thin air. The flames were bright red and burned fiercely. Within the flames, the dazzling and hot Everfire sword was inside. Yifan held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt of the Everfire sword in his right hand. He unsheathed the sword. Clang! The Everfire sword was unsheathed. Within 300 feet of the aqueous ball of light, all the torrential rain was instantly evaporated by the heat emitted by the Everfire sword. After the demon's slaying conference, the power of the Everfire sword seemed to have increased along with Yifan's spiritual power. It was far stronger than before. Everfire, show me the way. As Yifan spoke, he swung his hand and threw the Everfire sword into the air. Buzz, the Everfire sword was like a shooting star, shooting into the sky with a dazzling tail. Whoosh! After drawing a beautiful arc in the air, the Everfire sword hovered in the air with the sword tip facing down and the sword hilt facing up. At this moment, the Everfire sword was surrounded by flames and red light. Its aura was astonishing, like the sun in the sky. Buzz, after hovering in the air, a fist-sized ball of red light began to condense at the tip of the Everfire sword. The ball of red light rose, and the red light was dazzling. Within the ball of light, raging flames surged wildly, the tongues of flames dancing wildly, rolling without end. Whoosh! The ball of red light grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had become 9 feet in size. Buzz, buzz, buzz above the red ball of red light. A few golden lightning bolts were crazily swimming. Whoosh! When the red ball of red light expanded to 10 feet, a dazzling red beam of light shot out from the ball of red light at the tip of the Everfire sword and shot straight into the turbulent sea. The beam of light was 1 inch thick but it was extremely dazzling and dazzling. Once the red beam of light shot into the sea, the turbulent sea water was immediately filled with water vapor like a fog. Ever fire, I'll be back soon. As Fan spoke, he activated the aqueous ball of light and rushed down at high speed. Chapter 745. Boom! With a loud bang, Fan's waterproof light ball rushed into the deep sea once again. Below the surface of the sea, a straight and hot red beam penetrated the bottom of the sea. It was dazzling and extremely bright. Fan activated the water-repelling ball of light and followed the blazing red light emitted by the Ever-Flame sword. With the guidance of the Ever-Fire sword beam, he would definitely be able to reach the bottom of the sea successfully and obtain the patterns on the divine cauldron. Fan thought to himself as he pushed the waterproof light ball's speed to the maximum. Hua! The waterproof light ball left a trail of over 100 feet as it whizzed towards the bottom of the sea. Under Fan's rapid urging, the waterproof light ball had already reached a depth of over 20,000 feet in less than 10 minutes. While diving, Fan observed his surroundings for clues and secretly noted down the distribution of the undercurrents. This way, if he were to go in circles again, he would be able to detect it in advance. But what comforted him was that this time, he did not feel anything strange, nor did he encounter the same scene. He also did not encounter the group of killer whales. Inside the waterproof light ball, Fan revealed a smile. He had taken the right path this time. After diving for another 20,000 feet, Fan gradually stopped the waterproof light ball and floated motionlessly. He was about to reach the bottom of the sea and was less than 1,000 feet away from the bottom. But at this moment, the smile on Fan's face disappeared. He did not see the divine cauldron, but saw another scene. 1,000 feet below him, two lantern-like blood-red light spots suddenly appeared. The light spots were about a foot in size. They were like red blood and shone brightly. In the middle of each red lantern, there was a black and gold line embedded in it. In this pitch-black, bottomless sea, it looked extremely strange. What was even more bizarre was that these two lantern-like light spots were constantly flickering and disappearing. These were not red lanterns. They were clearly a pair of eyes. Fan was alarmed. The red light ball was the eyeball, and the black and gold line was the pupil. It flickered because it was blinking its eyes. A few hundred meters away, the pair of eyes looked like they were 1 foot long. If they were right in front of him, wouldn't they be at least 3 feet long? If its eyes were already 3 feet in size, it was easy to imagine how big its body would be. Fan frowned, his expression grave. Roar! Just as Fan was thinking, an extremely deep and powerful roar came from below. At the same time, an extremely overbearing spiritual pressure instantly rose. Fan's water-repelling light sphere floated up from the impact of this tyrannical spiritual pressure. What a strong spiritual pressure! Fan exclaimed inwardly as he forcibly stopped the waterproof light ball. Rumble! Just as Fan stopped the ball of light, the surrounding seawater began to shake violently. Upon seeing this, Fan circulated his spirit energy, and 2 gigantic light pillars shot out from his eyes once more. He wanted to see what kind of monster this guy was to have such power. Whoosh! 2 light pillars shot out from Fan's eyes and shone straight down. Who would have thought that the moment he did, Fan would be so shocked that he sucked in a cold breath. A few hundred meters below him, on the seabed, there was a strange dragon with blood-red eyes and black scales all over its body. The reason why it was called a strange dragon was because it had the head of a real dragon, but the body of a snake covered in black scales. The strange dragon's body had coiled around the seabed countless times, piling up like a small mountain. At this moment, it was using its blood-red eyes to stare fiercely at Fan, who was floating above it. The dragon's whiskers fluttered in the wind as it roared. After every roar, the seawater would shake violently, and the currents would surge, shaking nonstop. After seeing the strange dragon's true appearance, Yi Fan understood. If he guessed correctly, this strange dragon must have been a sea snake in the East Sea. Back then, his beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, had told him that on the way to the Great Ming Dynasty, they had encountered a sea snake and killed it. The sea snake that Fujiwara no Chiko had described was about the same size as the guy in front of him, so it shouldn't be wrong. Presumably, it was because there was a divine cauldron here that overflowed with spiritual energy, and this sea snake took advantage of this spiritual energy to cultivate, which was why it had such a climate. From the dragon's head that this fellow had already cultivated, it could be seen that in less than 100 years, this fellow would be able to use the spiritual energy emitted by the divine cauldron to transform into a dragon's body. Yi Fan didn't even need to guess. With one look, he knew that the culprit was not the strange dragon, but the divine cauldron. One had to know that outside the divine cauldron, there was a barrier that could only be broken by the power of immortals and heavenly demons. How could the spiritual energy leak out? Since the spiritual energy leaked out, it proved that the divine cauldron did it on purpose. It used the leaked spiritual energy to nourish the strange dragon, so it could use the strange dragon to protect itself. As for the leaked spiritual energy, it was absorbed by the strange dragon before it could even reach the surface of the sea. This was also the reason why no one could find this place. With the strange dragon's dedicated protection, the mysterious array that affected the direction of spiritual energy experts, and the vast sea and bottomless seawater, if an ordinary person wanted to find this divine cauldron, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. This divine cauldron was indeed an ancient object. Its spiritual energy was unparalleled. It actually came up with such a good idea. Yi Fan thought to himself, in such a unique place with pure spiritual energy and calm waves, the strange dragon naturally didn't want to be taken over by someone else. Therefore, it used its spiritual pressure to intimidate him and force him to leave this place. Roar! When the strange dragon saw that Yi Fan was floating in the air, it immediately bared its huge white dragon teeth and roared fiercely. I'm here to look for something, not to go against you, Yi Fan said to the strange dragon from within the water-repelling light ball. I don't want to hurt you, so don't force me to attack. Chapter 746. Roar! The strange dragon showed a ferocious glint in its eyes and used a low roar to express its attitude. Obviously, it did not take Yi Fan's warning seriously at all. Looks like I can only teach you a lesson. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes as he spoke from within the light sphere. He raised his hand high above his head and extended his 5 fingers. Leaf Fire, return. Yi Fan used his telekinesis to speak to the leaf fire sword that was thousands of feet away from him. After hearing its master's call, the leaf fire sword that was floating above the East Sea immediately responded. The red light of the departing fire sword was resplendent, and its flames soared into the sky. The sword light flashed, and in an instant, it dragged a long tail of light behind it as it descended from the sky. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Swoosh! The departing fire sword turned into a dazzling red light and dove into the sea. Chi! As the leaf fire sword dived into the sea, a large amount of steam rose from the surface of the sea. The speed of the leaf fire sword was much faster than the speed of the leaf fire sword. In the endless dark sea, a bright red light flashed from the top to the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! A few thousand feet above Yi Fan's head, the bright red light shone down. The leaf fire sword dived into the sea very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it had dived more than thousands of feet. The resplendent red light illuminated Yi Fan's water-repelling light ball and also illuminated the strange dragon that had already matured to a certain extent. It raised its extraordinarily handsome dragon head and looked at the red light falling from the sky. Swoosh! Yi Fan's right hand flashed red, and the leaf fire sword was already in his hand. Swoosh! After holding the leaf fire sword, Yi Fan swung the divine weapon behind his back. Clang! The leaf fire sword made a crisp sound and shone with a bright red light. The exploding red light illuminated Yi Fan's water-repelling light orb. It was sparkling and translucent, as if it was a dazzling, giant crystal ball. There was a reason why Yi Fan used the leaf fire sword instead of the frost dragon sword. First of all, this was the deep sea. It was pitch black, and there was no daylight. If he used the two red beams of light from his eyes, he would need to constantly move his eyeballs to see everything around him. Once he started fighting with the strange dragon would be able to use the two red light pillars to find his location. He was an expert in aerial and land battles. If he were to fight in the sea, the movement technique that he was so proud of would be greatly affected by the resistance of the seawater. His speed would also be greatly reduced. In addition, he would also have to overcome the enormous water pressure and the huge buoyancy in the deep sea. The situation was completely unfavorable to him. On the other hand, this strange dragon had the advantage of both the right time and the right place. It was originally a sea serpent and was very good at swimming. It had long adapted to the environment here. The strong pressure and buoyancy in the deep sea were hindrances to Yi Fan, but they were actually helpful to it. Furthermore, it had obtained the spirit chi from the divine cauldron, so it was like a tiger that had grown wings. With a huge and streamlined body, a strong and overbearing spirit chi, and a unique environment, this strange dragon naturally did not put Yi Fan in its eyes. It was precisely because of this that Yi Fan needed the dazzling light emitted by the Everfire sword to illuminate the surrounding environment in order to offset the other party's geographical advantage. If he used the cold dragon sword, the cold air it emitted would instantly freeze the surrounding seawater into huge ice blocks. Ice blocks were much lighter than seawater, so once they were formed, they would instantly increase the buoyancy. In this way, it would be counterproductive. This was one of the reasons. Secondly, since this strange dragon was transformed from a sea serpent, it could only cultivate into a sea dragon and not a fire dragon. As the saying went, water and fire were incompatible. This strange dragon was full of water vapor, so it was definitely afraid of fire. Based on these 2 points, the best weapon to restrain this strange dragon was undoubtedly the Everfire sword. As for the heat absorbed by the Everfire sword, Yi Fan did not care about it at all. He knew the power of the Everfire sword. Ever since the demon-slaying conference, the spirit chi emitted by the Everfire sword had been increasing at an astonishing speed. With regard to this, Yi Fan could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. Mere seawater could not affect the Everfire sword's heat at all. Speaking of which, if even seawater could restrain the Everfire sword, this divine weapon would not be called the Sovereign of Fire. Looking at the sword in Yi Fan's hand that was emitting heat and a dazzling red light, the strange dragon's huge dragon eyes narrowed slightly. Its snake head had already turned into a dragon's head, so its 5 senses were naturally very strong. The terrifying heat emitted by the Everfire sword shocked it and made it burn with anger. Yi Fan's analysis was correct. It was originally a sea serpent in the East Sea. Moreover, it was one of the sea serpents that Matsumoto Takeyoshi encountered when he came to the Great Ming Dynasty. The sea serpent that was killed by the blazing red light emitted by Hattori Chixiong's Everfire sword was its father. At that time, it was also at the scene and witnessed the entire process of its father being killed by the Everfire sword. At that time, it was still underage, and its body was only slightly more than 10 feet long. Therefore, it did not participate in the hunting of its tribe. It only observed the hunting methods of its tribe from afar. However, at that time, its tribe suffered heavy losses and was almost completely wiped out. Seeing its father killed and its tribe massacred, it was extremely sad and indignant, but it did not rush forward. This was because it knew that its exceptionally strong father and its tribe were not a match for the other party. If it rushed forward, it would only be sending itself to its death in vain, and there would only be another young sea serpent corpse in the sea. Faced with such a tragic situation, it chose to leave. Before it left, it memorized Hattori Chixiu's appearance and the powerful flaming sword in his hand. The heavens were fair. Although it was lonely after losing its tribe, it managed to survive in the East Sea by relying on its huge body and powerful battle prowess. During a storm, it coincidentally discovered this extremely magical place where the wind was calm and the waves were calm. After using this place as a resting place and living for a period of time, it was shocked to find that its body had undergone a strange change. Its body grew rapidly. Its energy became more and more abundant, and its strength became stronger and stronger. What was even more amazing was that a pair of horns began to grow on its head. This amazing change made it ecstatic. It heard from its parents that as a snake, its biggest goal was to transform into a dragon. And now, it had begun to transform into a dragon. The pair of horns on its head was the proof. It knew in its heart that the reason for its magical change must have something to do with this place. From then on, it treated this magical place as its nest and did not allow any sea creatures to come close. 3 months later, the horns grew. 6 months later, the dragon's whiskers appeared. 9 months later, the dragon's eyes formed. A year later, its entire snake head had completely transformed into a dragon's head, and the spiritual power in its body was even more powerful and domineering. However, as the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet. When its power was not what it used to be, it once again encountered the bright red and powerful divine weapon that killed its father, the Everfire sword. It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance. It had thought that it would never be able to find its father's murderer in this lifetime, but it did not expect to find one today. Although the person holding this divine weapon was not Hattori Chihiro, but a black-robed, silver-haired young man, the strange dragon did not care. In its opinion, as long as the person had this divine weapon, they would be closely related to the person who killed its father. Anyone who held this divine weapon would be killed without mercy. The strange dragon began to have a murderous intent. As the strange dragon's murderous intent rose, an extremely strong murderous intent began to spread in an instant. Roar! The strange dragon stared at the Everfire sword in Yi Fan's hand with its blood-red eyes, bared its teeth, and growled continuously. As it growled, it retracted its head, gathered its strength, and was ready to attack. Seeing this, Yi Fan, who was holding the Everfire sword in the water-repelling light ball, suddenly frowned. What a strong, murderous intent! Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. He had no enmity with this strange dragon. So why did it have such strong resentment and murderous intent? One had to know that this strange dragon had developed spiritual intelligence, and it was no longer an ordinary beast. When he had expressed his intentions, this strange dragon was only angry. Why did it suddenly become violent when he recalled the Everfire sword? It was as if it had met its enemy. Could it be? Yi Fan's eyes widened when he saw the strange dragon glaring at the Everflame sword in his hand with hatred. Could it be that this strange dragon had seen the Everfire sword before, or had been injured by it? If that was the case, could this strange dragon be the sea serpent that Hattori Chihiro had killed with the Everfire sword? It was not dead. No, Yi Fan thought to himself. His beloved wife, Fujiwara no Chiko, had told him that all the sea serpents had been killed and none of them had survived. In that case, there was only one possibility left. This strange dragon in front of him was together with the sea serpents that had attacked Matsumoto Takeyoshi's warship. It was a fish that had escaped the net. That was why it was so angry at the Everfire sword. Could it be that you are one of the sea serpents that had attacked the Japanese warship? Yi Fan, who was in the light ball, immediately asked, "Otherwise, how could you recognize the Everfire sword in my hand?" Swoosh! Before Yi Fan could say the word sword, the strange dragon that was entrenched in the sea was instantly enraged and brazenly attacked. It opened its huge dragon mouth, and a huge golden pillar of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, heading straight for Yi Fan. The golden pillar of light was more than 3 feet thick, and the golden light was extremely dazzling, illuminating the dark seabed in a golden color. The speed of the pillar of light was as fast as thunder, as fast as lightning. The distance of a few thousand feet was covered in an instant. This scene caused Yi Fan, who was inside the sphere of light, to be flabbergasted. The dazzling golden light illuminated Yi Fan's shocked face. He did not expect this strange dragon's attack to be so powerful, and it was not affected by the resistance of the seawater at all. It was as if the distance of a few thousand feet did not exist. The spiritual power of this divine cauldron was indeed powerful. Just the spiritual power that leaked out was already so powerful. If all the power contained in the divine cauldron was released, it would be invincible. If one cauldron was already so powerful, if all 9 cauldrons were gathered, wouldn't the power be earth-shattering? No wonder Matsumoto Takeyoshi had tried so hard and unscrupulously to obtain the shocking power in the 9 cauldrons. Chapter 747. The strange dragon's attack was swift and fierce. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan was unable to dodge it. In the deep sea, the resistance was extremely strong. It was completely incomparable to flying freely in the air. If he were to activate the waterproof light ball to dodge, it would be too late. The only thing he could do now was to take the attack head-on. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan activated his spirit energy and formed a layer of 5-colored spirit energy that was more than 3 feet thick outside the waterproof light ball. Boom! The 3 feet thick golden light pillar instantly hit Yi Fan's 5-colored spiritual energy ball. The golden light exploded and the 5-colored light splashed everywhere. The sea water shook and the current was pushed back. Whoosh! Yi Fan's 5-colored spiritual energy ball was pushed back by the strange dragon's golden light pillar and flew back towards the sea surface. Yi Fan, who was inside the light ball, instantly narrowed his eyes. What a domineering power! His 5-colored spiritual energy ball was so weak in front of the strange dragon's golden light pillar. This was the second realm of the mysterious sky secret essentials. It was earth-shattering. Ever since he started cultivating the mysterious sky secret essentials, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The spiritual energy of the godly cauldron was indeed unfathomable. Boom! The golden light pillar was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it pushed Yi Fan's waterproof light ball out of the sea surface. Above the sea surface, the golden light pillar shot up into the sky. At the top of the golden light pillar, the waterproof light ball was shining with 5 colors and was spinning nonstop. Inside the light ball, Yi Fan, who was holding the Everflame sword, was expressionless and solemn. Although his opponent this time was just a strange dragon, in terms of strength, it was not inferior to any of the experts he had met before. Good. Today, I want to see if this strange dragon's spiritual energy is stronger, or if my spiritual energy is stronger. The godly cauldron under the sea must be obtained today. Yi Fan thought to himself. Squinting his eyes, he suddenly activated the 3rd realm of the mysterious sky secret essentials. Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. Buzz, as Yi Fan activated Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens. The 5-colored spiritual energy ball that was pushed up by the strange dragon's golden light pillar suddenly increased by 3 times. The 5-colored light ball that was 10 feet in size had now turned into a 7-colored light ball that was 30 feet in size. Buzz, buzz, buzz red, gold, yellow, green, blue, purple. 7 dazzling lightning bolts shuttled back and forth on the 7-colored ball of spiritual energy like 7 snakes of light. They moved at high speed and intertwined like lightning. Buzz, after activating Phoenix Dance 9 Heavens, Yi Fan was still not to give up. He closed his eyes and once again activated the heavenly demon's power. The Persian divine hand, a tall Sati, had told him that the various spiritual energies in his body had reached a delicate balance. The mysterious sky secret essentials and proud moon heavenly scripture were restraining the heavenly demonic chi and heavenly demonic chi. The innate evil chi in his body was suppressed by the two seals, so there would not be any problems for the time being. The evil chi that leaked out was used by Chui Ziwen to suppress the murderous intent of the heavenly, demonic chi. The major forces were evenly matched and restrained each other. Therefore, Yi Fan's mind was not affected for the time being. Since the spiritual energies of the two factions had reached a balance, then he could not only use the mysterious sky secret essentials. That way, the balance would be broken. Only by using both the righteous and evil forces at the same time could the balance be maintained. Buzz, as Yi Fan activated the heavenly demonic chi. The seven-colored light ball was covered with a layer of blood-red spiritual energy that was more than 3 feet thick. Whoosh! Yi Fan's eyebrows shone with a bright blood-red light again, and the swastika appeared again. Hundreds of red lights gushed out from the swastika, which was very beautiful. Whoosh! Yi Fan's silver hair slowly turned blood-red from the roots to the ends. At the same time, his lips turned from pink to a bloodthirsty crimson. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his eyes had undergone a huge change. In his eyes, his eyeballs were glowing with 7 colors, and his essence was flowing. His pupils were red like blood. The mysterious sky secret essentials and the heavenly demonic chi were activated at the same time. Whoosh! After Yi Fan opened his eyes, a thought came to his mind. He fiercely activated the 7-colored spiritual energy ball that was enveloped by a red light. It directly went against the golden pillar of light and descended from the sky. Now it was his turn. Whoosh! After Yi Fan made his move, it was obvious who was the stronger one. Wherever the spiritual energy light ball passed, the golden light pillar instantly burst with golden light and turned into specks of light, disintegrating and dispersing. With the combination of the two ultimate arts' spiritual powers, Yi Fan was like a hot knife through butter and was invincible. Boom! The waves rolled and surged. Yi Fan rushed into the sea for the 3rd time. Whoosh! The spiritual energy ball was like a meteor falling from the sky. It had a long 7-colored tail and went against the golden light beam at high speed. Gurgle, gurgle. Under the confrontation of the two forces, the wide sea suddenly churned violently like a boiling pot. Whoosh! In his peak state, Yi Fan's diving speed was extremely fast. He covered thousands of feet in the blink of an eye. At this time, he was less than 5,000 feet away from the strange dragon. His speed was so fast that one could imagine. Descending from the sky, he held the leaf fire sword in his hand and stared at the strange dragon that was spitting out golden light with his blood-red eyes. His face was expressionless, but his killing intent was surging. The strange dragon entrenched at the bottom of the sea thought that its move would definitely smash this silver-haired brat with the leaf fire sword into pieces. It never expected that not only did this brat not die, but he also became stronger as the battle went on. He actually dispersed the spiritual energy beam that it shot out and went against the current. When it saw that Yi Fan's silver hair, golden crown, and 5-color protection turned into red hair and 7-color protection in the blink of an eye, the strange dragon narrowed its eyes. In the blink of an eye, this silver-haired boy seemed to have been reborn. It keenly felt that the spiritual energy emitted from Yi Fan's body was not as simple as being strong. It was the combination of two great forces at the same time. These two forces were one righteous and one evil. The righteous force contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the power of heavenly thunder. The evil force was blazing with an endless killing intent. Just what kind of divine being was this person? He was actually able to combine the two incompatible spiritual energies into one. Immortal? Impossible. Immortals were surrounded by auspicious light and auspicious air. How could they have a demonic spirit? Demon? Even more impossible. Demons were most afraid of heavenly thunder. How could they have the power of heavenly thunder? Even if it was a demon that had survived the heavenly tribulation, it was impossible for it to have a demonic spirit. If that was the case, how could it have survived the heavenly tribulation. The strange dragon could not figure out the identity of this person. However, although it could not figure out Yi Fan's identity, it still reacted instantly in the face of its opponent's powerful counterattack. It urged the true spirit inner core that had already condensed in its body and released spiritual energy once again. Was a huge golden ball of light condensed in its mouth. The golden ball of light was 3 feet in size and was extremely bright. It was like a golden sun that kept spinning and buzzing. When the ball of light appeared, the sea where the strange dragon was instantly filled with golden light. It was extremely spectacular. Boom! After condensing the golden ball of light, the strange dragon retracted its neck and then suddenly stretched out its mouth, shooting the ball of light in its mouth at Yi Fan, who was falling from the sky. Whoosh! The golden ball of light, with overbearing spiritual pressure, was extremely fast. It was even faster than the golden beam of light that the strange dragon had shot out just now. The ball of light was like a golden shooting star, with a golden tail that was several feet long, going against the current. Both balls of light were 3 feet in size and had astonishing spiritual pressure and unparalleled power. One was the Demon King, using the Shantian secrets and the power of the heavenly demon. The other was the strange dragon at the bottom of the sea, urging the dragon core in its body, the spirit of the divine cauldron. Of the 2 balls of light, one was golden and dazzling like the sun in the sky. The other was 7-colored and was wrapped in red light, as bright as blood. The speed of the 2 forces had reached the extreme and were moving in opposite directions. Naturally, they met in an instant. Boom! A loud sound was heard. The sea shook and the sea water churned. The 2 great forces collided with a loud bang. Golden light splashed everywhere, and the 7 colors danced in the air. The sound was even more deafening and reached the sky. Boom! Whoosh! At the moment when the 2 forces collided, a huge shock wave of red and gold with 7 colors instantly surged out from the bottom of the sea and spread rapidly. Bang! In the blink of an eye, all the seawater within 100 miles of the sea area shot up into the sky, reaching a height of more than 10 feet. The entire sea surface dropped by 7 to 8 feet in an instant, forming a huge crater. Whoosh! The seawater fell back into the sea, creating huge ripples. After the 2 forces collided, Yi Fan's protective ball of light was reduced from 3 feet in size to less than 2 feet. The strange dragon's golden ball of light was even worse. It was instantly shattered by Yi Fan's ball of light and pierced through. Although the strange dragon had received the spiritual power from the divine cauldron, this spiritual power was only the tip of the iceberg. How could it be a match for Yi Fan's 2 ultimate techniques? Even so, Yi Fan was still deeply shocked by the spiritual power of the divine cauldron in the strange dragon's body. One had to know that he had already activated the Shantian secrets and the heavenly demon's power to 50%. Such a shocking power was actually weakened by almost half. This was a result that he had never thought of. The strange dragon was also stunned by the scene in front of it. It had used nearly 90% of its spiritual power to activate that golden ball of light, but it had been shattered so easily by the opponent. Who was this young man? He actually had such heaven-defying power. After being struck by the golden ball of light's powerful spiritual pressure, Yi Fan's ball of light instantly paused, and its speed decreased sharply. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the strange dragon, which had recovered from its shock, quickly loosened its coiled snake body. Then it raised its huge snake tail, which was more than 10 feet long, high up into the air and slammed it heavily into the sea. Boom! Countless huge reefs at the bottom of the sea were sent flying by the strange dragon's tail. Like a torrential downpour, they smashed towards Yi Fan, who was more than 1,000 feet away. In an instant, the reefs were sent flying and dust flew everywhere. While the countless reefs were smashing towards Yi Fan, the dust also covered the strange dragon's body. This move could be said to be deceiving. Not only could it attack the opponent, it could also hide one's body. Seeing the countless reefs coming towards him, Yifan waved the sword in his hand. Whoosh, a bright red pillar of light, which was more than 300 feet long, shot out from the tip of the ever-flame sword. It was like a huge flaming whip, whipping at the reefs. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 748. Whoosh. When Yifan swung his sword, he activated the seven-colored, red, and dazzling spiritual energy ball at the same time. It descended at a high speed. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance of 1,000 feet. Yifan's figure instantly rushed into the exploding cloud of dust. Bang! With a loud bang, Yifan's feet landed heavily on the bottom of the sea. Whoosh! The dust surrounding Yifan was instantly swept away by the torrential current caused by his rapid movement technique. It retreated in a circular shape. On the bottom of the sea, Yifan, who was inside the spiritual energy ball, held the fiery sword in his hand and looked around with his seven-colored, blood-red eyes. The strange dragon had disappeared. The red-haired, red-lipped Yifan furrowed his brows. Not only was the dragon's spiritual energy cultivation powerful, but its movement technique was also not simple. Such a huge body had actually disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Yifan closed his eyes and activated all the senses in his body, carefully sensing the strange dragon's spiritual energy aura. At this time, he had activated 50% of the spiritual energy of the two unique techniques at the same time. His five senses were very strong, and it could be said that he could see through everything. Within a few hundred miles of the sea, no movement could escape his tracking. However, in the instant he closed his eyes, an invisible and domineering spiritual pressure came crashing down from above his head from a distance of several hundred feet away. Yifan suddenly opened his eyes. This dragon was actually planning a sneak attack on him. It first hid its spiritual energy aura, then hid in the cloud of dust and waited for an opportunity to attack. The moment it saw him closing his eyes and activating his senses, it brazenly launched an attack. What a cunning dragon, Yifan thought in his heart. He activated the spiritual energy ball fiercely and used his movement technique to quickly move horizontally. Whoosh! As Yifan's thoughts moved, the dazzling spiritual energy ball flashed instantly and moved 300 feet horizontally in the blink of an eye. Boom! As soon as Yifan dodged, the invisible, domineering spiritual energy released by the strange dragon heavily bombarded the bottom of the sea. Crack! Crack! The place where Yifan was standing just now was bombarded by the strange dragon's invisible spiritual energy and instantly cracked open, making a clanging sound. In the midst of the sound, dust rose again, and the bottom of the sea became murky again. After one move, the aura of the strange dragon disappeared again. 300 feet away, Yifan narrowed his eyes. This guy was playing hide and seek with him. It used the turbid seawater as a cover and waited for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This strange dragon was very smart. It knew that its spiritual chi cultivation was not as good as his, so it hid its presence and secretly launched a long-range spiritual chi attack at him. Fine, since you want to play hide and seek, I will play with you today. As Yifan thought this, he suddenly activated the fleeting fire sword in his hand. Buzz, the Leaf Fire Sword let out an excited cry under the influence of the two supreme skills. Whoosh, a red pillar of light that was over 300 feet long once again gushed out from the tip of the departing fire sword. After the Leaf Fire Sword radiance appeared, Yifan swung his sword and used the sword radiance as a whip, lashing out at the surrounding turbid seawater. Didn't you want to hide? Today, I'll beat the grass and scare the snake. Let's see how long you can hide. Phew! The over 300 feet long fiery light whip pierced through the turbid seawater and whizzed out. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Yifan's figure dashed left and right. At the same time, he waved the fiery light whip and lashed out at the surrounding turbid seawater. As the saying goes, No move is better than a move. That strange dragon was hiding in the turbid dust. If he lashed out at it like this, he might force the strange dragon out. Chi! Roar! As a low and painful dragon roar came from the dust, Yifan's sharp sense of smell caught a whiff of burnt smell. Seeing this, Yifan smirked. Obviously, his insane sword technique had taken effect. This strange dragon must have been hit by his fleeting fire light whip. Thinking of this, Yifan held his sword and activated the ball of light. He used his movement skill and rushed toward the direction of the dragon roar. Whoosh! The ball of spiritual energy rushed into the turbid sea of dust and fog at high speed. Let's see where you can hide this time. Phew! The ball of light was extremely fast. In an instant, it rushed to the place where the dragon roar came from. However, what stunned Yifan was that in the seawater in front of him, there was only a black scale the size of a basin. There was no sign of the strange dragon at all. The scales were dark and glossy, shining brilliantly. At the edges, there was a charred patch. Obviously, the black scale in front of him was cut off from the strange dragon's body with a fleeting fire sword beam. This guy is really lucky. I've only managed to cut off a single snake scale after swinging my sword wildly, Yifan thought to himself. However, soon, Yifan felt that something was wrong. Losing a scale to the tens of thousands of scales of the strange dragon was like pulling out a strand of hair. It was not painful at all. However, Yifan had clearly heard the painful roar that the strange dragon had let out just now. That was not as simple as having a scale cut off. Yifan furrowed his brows tightly as he could not figure out. Could it be, after a while, Yifan suddenly opened his eyes? Could it be that the strange dragon had set a trap for him? Yifan felt a chill in his heart. Phew! Just as Yifan was shocked, the strange dragon's extraordinary head whizzed out from the turbid seawater behind Yifan. It opened its dragon mouth, which was dozens of feet long, and revealed several feet long dragon teeth. It charged fiercely at Yifan. Yifan's guess was right. The strange dragon had indeed set a trap. It was a trap to lure Yifan into it. The basin-sized black scales were indeed cut off from its body by Yifan's flame-parting sword, but it had purposely let out that dragon roar. It knew that Yifan was forcing it to show itself, so it beat him at his own game. It came up with a scheme to hide behind the scenes. Since this spiritual chi expert was forcing it to show itself, why not let him be the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada? It purposely let out a painful groan. Then it used its movement skill to hide its aura. Using the turbid seawater that had been stirred up, it quickly moved its gigantic dragon body around Yifan and arrived behind him. This young man had indeed fallen into its trap. When a strange dragon saw that Yifan was deep in thought as he stared at his black scale, its heart leaped with joy and it immediately attacked. This time, it wanted to bite this guy into pieces and swallow him into its stomach. This person's spiritual chi cultivation was extremely strong and could be used as a supplement. As long as it absorbed this young man's spiritual chi, it would not take long for it to completely transform into a true dragon. It might even survive the heavenly tribulation and become a heavenly dragon. It could avenge its father and ascend to the heavens in one step. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. This time, the strange dragon increased its attack speed to the maximum. It was confident and determined to win. The dragon's shadow flashed and whizzed over. However, this strange dragon's thinking was a little too simple. If it were any other expert, this trick of his could be said to be perfect and flawless. It would kill him in one move. However, when it came to Yifan, this move was a little lacking. It was true that Yifan had been tricked, but there was an ironclad fact. He was Eldritch's reincarnation. He was the Demon King. He survived the heavenly tribulation with an incomplete body. He blocked the meteors with his physical body. Whoosh, in an instant, the strange dragon rushed behind Yifan, and its huge jaws had already enveloped Yifan. At this time, Yi Fan had not turned around, and his body was already in the strange dragon's huge mouth. "Today I'll make you my food," the strange dragon thought to itself, and suddenly closed its mouth. Even if you had a body of iron and steel, you would still be bitten to pieces by this bite. The strange dragon's eyes revealed a victorious look. At this time, Yi Fan was about to become a part of its spiritual energy. It was still the same saying, it was too simple. The moment the strange dragon's jaws closed, Yi Fan, who was in the dragon's mouth with his back facing the strange dragon, suddenly raised one arm and pushed with his palm. Bang! With a loud sound, the rapidly descending jaws of the strange dragon were caught by Yi Fan with one hand. This shocking scene made the previously confident strange dragon's eyes widen and its pupils constrict. Gurgle! While the strange dragon was stunned, a string of bubbles came out of its throat. It was really frightened by Yi Fan's monstrous strength. This guy actually used one arm to stop its bite force of tens of thousands of pounds. How is this possible? How big was his body? How could he have such great strength? The strange dragon, whose jaws were being held by Yi Fan, could not understand. It used all its strength and desperately tried to close its jaws. However, Yi Fan's arm was like a steel pillar. No matter how much strength the strange dragon exerted, it did not move an inch. He could even catch a fiery meteor that fell from the sky. So what was the strength of this strange dragon's bite? Yi Fan, who was stepping on the strange dragon's lower jaw and holding its upper jaw, slowly turned his head. He used his blood-red eyes to stare coldly at the strange dragon's bottomless throat. If he wanted to take the strange dragon's life now, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. As long as he slashed the ever-flame sword in his hand across the strange dragon's throat, or conjured a huge fireball and shot it directly into the strange dragon's throat, the strange dragon would immediately die on the spot. 1. Just as Yi Fan was considering whether to kill the strange dragon, a loud roar came from the bottom of the sea. The roar was like a great bell that was deafening. It was the divine cauldron. Yi Fan was alarmed. The divine cauldron was reminding him not to kill the strange dragon, so it gave a warning. The loud roar instantly stopped Yi Fan's desire to slay the dragon. While Yi Fan was in a daze, the strange dragon suddenly conjured the dragon core in its body and once again condensed a golden ball of spiritual energy in its mouth. 1. The golden ball of light gradually formed at the strange dragon's throat and gradually became bigger as it spun. As the saying went, it was like a fishbone stuck in its throat. The strange dragon was afraid that Yi Fan would use the ever-flame sword to take its life, so it was anxious to spit out this guy with heaven-defying spiritual energy and infinite strength. The golden light illuminated the black-robed, red-haired, red-lipped Yi Fan. When the golden ball of spiritual energy became 10 feet wide, the strange dragon's body arched and then suddenly straightened, instantly releasing its spiritual energy. Boom! A golden beam of light more than 10 feet wide shot out from the strange dragon's mouth. This time, the strange dragon used all its remaining spiritual energy. Shwa! When the strange dragon shot out the golden beam of light, Yi Fan, who was holding the strange dragon's jaw, instantly used his movement technique and disappeared into thin air, avoiding the strange dragon's spiritual energy attack. Since the divine cauldron had warned him not to slay the dragon, he naturally did not dare to act recklessly. Shwa! Yi Fan's figure appeared 30 feet above the golden light pillar out of thin air. The black robes on his body and the red hair on his head fluttered in the wind due to the golden light pillar. Kacha! Chapter 749. As the dragon's mouth closed, the strange dragon's heart finally settled down. I don't want to fight with you, Yi Fan, who was hovering 30 feet above the strange dragon's head, said to the strange dragon. I'm really here to look for the divine cauldron had already given him a warning. At this moment, Yi Fan didn't want to fight with this guy anymore. However, Yi Fan's words were a great insult to the strange dragon. It had been dominating the East Sea for a long time. Even killer whales had to obediently bow their heads when they saw it. Now, it had almost lost its life because of such an inconspicuous brat. How could it let this go? It had to be known that part of it had already transformed into a dragon. As a true dragon that would soar in the sky in the future, how could it be humiliated like this? Whoosh! Before Yi Fan could even say the word west, the strange dragon lowered its head in anger and humiliation. It charged forward and used the pair of gigantic dragon horns on its head to stab at Yi Fan. The dragon horns were more than 30 feet long and winding. They were extremely hard and sharp. This time, it had learned its lesson. It didn't open its mouth to bite Yi Fan. Instead, it closed its mouth tightly. Seeing this, the red-haired and red-lipped Yi Fan shook his head helplessly. He had let the strange dragon go because of the divine cauldron. Who would have thought that this brainless guy would refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit? It actually kept pestering him endlessly. "You won't give up until you see the coffin," Yi Fan said coldly. "If I don't let you suffer a little, you really won't know the immensity of heaven and earth." In the face of the strange dragon's dragon horns, Yi Fan didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and swooped down from the sky. As he fell, Yi Fan's mind moved. He put away the ever-fire sword in his hand, which was glowing with red light and rising heat. He no longer had the intention to kill this strange dragon. The ever-fire sword was no longer of any use. Moreover, this strange dragon's spiritual power was almost exhausted. It only had brute force now. With his current cultivation, it was more than enough to subdue this strange dragon. Buzz, the ever-fire sword in Yi Fan's hand, disappeared instantly. Whoosh! Yi Fan, who was descending from the sky, tilted his body and avoided the stab of the strange dragon's horns. Bang! Yi Fan's feet stepped on the strange dragon's head. Roar! The strange dragon roared and kept swinging its gigantic dragon head in a frenzy, trying to throw Yi Fan, who was standing on top of its head, off. However, Yi Fan firmly held onto the two sharp dragon horns that pointed to the sky. No matter how the strange dragon shook, it was as if his feet were rooted to the ground, and he did not move an inch. Roar! When a strange dragon saw that it could not shake off Yi Fan, who was standing on top of its head, it immediately let out a furious roar. It swam its huge body and rushed toward the sea. It wanted to use the torrent to wash Yi Fan away. Whoosh! Although the strange dragons had heads, as well as the wind, and as it was to the wind, the dragon's whiskers fluttered, and the dragon's shadow flashed. A man and a dragon rose from the bottom of the sea at high speed. Whoosh! Wherever the shadow of the dragon passed, the fishes, big and small, hurriedly avoided it. Whoosh! The strange dragon's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the man and the dragon had rushed up tens of thousands of feet. Boom! The sea water surged, and huge waves rushed to the sky. The strange dragon, carrying Yi Fan, rushed out of the sea and into the sky. Amidst the torrential rain, lightning, and thunder, the man and the dragon flew through the clouds. This guy's cultivation level is really high. He can even fly. Amidst the howling wind and torrential rain, Yi Fan, who was holding onto the two dragon horns, exclaimed in his heart, "Evil dragon, I have no enmity with you. I don't want to hurt you," Yi Fan said loudly to the strange dragon under his feet amidst the storm. "I just want to find what I'm looking for. Once I find it, we'll mind our own business. We'll walk our own paths and cross our own bridges, okay?" Roar! The strange dragon roared and sped up again. At the same time, its dragon head swayed left and right. Its snake body wriggled as if it wanted to throw Yi Fan off the clouds and kill him. It had lost its rationality and was only left with its bestial nature. "Okay, since you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you're convinced." Seeing that the strange dragon refused to give in, Yi Fan shouted loudly. As he spoke, he spread his legs and rode on the strange dragon's neck. Then he raised his right arm high, clenched it into a fist, and punched the dragon's head hard. Bang! Under Yi Fan's punch, the strange dragon groaned and its head fell down heavily. Are you convinced? Yi Fan shouted loudly. Roar! The strange dragon roared and stubbornly raised its head and continued to charge forward. It also became stubborn. Bang! Are you convinced? Yi Fan raised his fist again and asked loudly. His temper also rose. Roar! The strange dragon roared again. It turned its head around in pain and flew in another direction. And that direction was the direction where Matsumoto Takayoshi's warship was. Turn around for me. When Yi Fan saw this, he suddenly exerted force with both of his hands that were holding onto the strange dragon's horns. He wanted to change the direction of the strange dragon's flight. Otherwise, it wouldn't take long for the strange dragon to pass over Matsumoto Takayoshi's warship. If Matsumoto Takayoshi discovered it, the matter would definitely be exposed. Roar! Under the powerful torque of Yi Fan's arms, the strange dragon roared and changed its direction again, flying toward a nearby island at high speed. Bang! Are you convinced? Bang! Are you convinced? Yi Fan raised his fist again and punched the strange dragon fiercely. With every punch, Yi Fan would ask the strange dragon a question loudly, and the strange dragon would also roar stubbornly in response. Just like that, Yi Fan punched the strange dragon dozens of times, and the strange dragon roared in pain dozens of times. Amidst the dragon's roars, the strange dragon was dizzy and disoriented from Yi Fan's punches and was in great pain. Its physical strength was gradually depleted, and its body gradually began to fall. With every punch Yi Fan threw, the strange dragon's head lowered by several feet. After dozens of punches from Yi Fan, the strange dragon no longer had the strength to struggle. Exhausted, it lowered its head and plunged into the small island below. A man and a dragon descended from the clouds amidst the lightning and thunder, falling rapidly. Boom! A moment later, the strange dragon crashed heavily onto the beach of the island. The strange dragon's huge body created a huge trench that was hundreds of feet long and several feet deep on the soft beach. Huff! Huff! The strange dragon lay unsteadily on the beach with its eyes closed and its mouth panting heavily. It no longer had the stubbornness from before. On its forehead, which was in the center of its dragon horns, several black scales had been smashed by Yi Fan's heavy punches. Under the scales, it was a bloody mess. Yi Fan jumped down from the dragon's neck and walked to the strange dragon's head. Are you convinced this time? Yi Fan used his blood-stained hand to open the strange dragon's eyelids. He stared into the strange dragon's eyes and asked, If you're not convinced, get up and continue to beat me until you're convinced. The strange dragon panted heavily and used all its strength to lift its huge head. It was still unwilling to give up. However, at this time, its spiritual energy was almost depleted. Its whole body was exhausted, its head was buzzing, and it was seeing stars. It did not have any strength left. Bang! The strange dragon barely managed to lift its head 3 feet, and then it fell heavily. What? You're still not convinced? In the storm, Yi Fan asked the strange dragon loudly. The strange dragon rested its chin on the beach, shook its pair of extremely sharp dragon horns, and shook its head slightly. At this time, it did not even have the strength to lift its head. How could it continue to fight with Yi Fan? The difference in strength between it and this young man was not small. It's good that you're convinced, said Yi Fan as he reached out and pressed his hand on the strange dragon's head. He activated the heavenly demon's power to heal the strange dragon. This fellow had a stubborn temper, but it should be beaten and not killed. Furthermore, this fellow should not have committed any great crimes. Otherwise, the divine cauldron would not have chosen it as a guardian spirit beast, nor would it have screeched to warn him not to kill it. Just based on these points, Yi Fan could not take its life. When Yi Fan touched the strange dragon's head trembled. It was afraid. It was afraid that Yi Fan would kill it. Now, it was like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Buzz as Yi Fan activated the heavenly demon's power, Yi Fan's palm immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Whoosh! The wound on the strange dragon's head that had been badly mangled by Yi Fan healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the strange dragon's wound closed and its scales regenerated. The strange dragon suddenly opened its eyes. It used its large dragon eyes to look in shock at the red-haired, red-lipped, black-robed young man in front of it. Its eyes were filled with disbelief. As Yi Fan was standing right in front of the strange dragon, the moment the strange dragon saw Yi Fan, its eyes immediately met, forming a hilarious cross-eyed expression. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled and withdrew his hand from the strange dragon's head. Remember this beating. Don't be so hot-tempered in the future, or you'll suffer in the future. Yi Fan smiled and said to the strange dragon, in the future, cultivate well and don't kill. In the future, you'll definitely become a true dragon and soar above the 9 heavens. However, if you kill the innocent and kill in vain, I won't let you off. When the time comes, I'll pull out your dragon tendons, peel off your dragon skin, take your dragon core, break your dragon horns, and let you die without a burial place. Do you understand? This fellow's spiritual energy was too domineering, but its spiritual intelligence was still that of a child. Yi Fan scared it so that it would not go down the wrong path. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. However, after today's beating, this fellow would probably not dare to act recklessly. Roar! The strange dragon let out a low dragon's roar. Its dragon eyes blinked continuously, indicating that it was tamed. Yi Fan had healed its injuries, but its strength had not recovered. Now it was truly convinced. Moreover, it was completely convinced. Although this young man's cultivation was heaven-defying, he was not bloodthirsty. How could it not be convinced? With his skills, he could definitely peel off the dragon skin, pull out its tendons, take its dragon core, and break its dragon horns. Unfortunately, it had not yet melted its hyoid bone and could not speak. Otherwise, it would definitely ask this young man who he was. You stay here and recover your strength. Before dawn, you'll be able to fly without any problems, Yi Fan said to the strange dragon. After so much trouble, I should go do my business. I'm leaving. Chapter 750. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan used the waterproof light ball to reach the bottom of the sea again. This time, he did not encounter any array formations that would confuse him. His dive was very smooth. Obviously, the divine cauldron did not make things difficult for him this time. After reaching the bottom of the sea, Yi Fan used his spiritual power and opened up his 5 senses to sense the location of the divine cauldron. He bent down on the waterproof light ball and reached out to touch the place where the strange dragon was just now. He checked carefully. At that time, when he was supporting the strange dragon's upper and lower jaw, the booming sound that sounded like a great bell had come from below. Rumble. When Yi Fan's hand touched the seabed reef, the ground under his feet started to shake violently. Kacha! With a loud sound, a huge crack suddenly appeared under Yi Fan's feet. The crack was more than 10 feet long and 3 feet wide. It was like a huge mouth. Seeing the crack on the seabed, Yi Fan immediately used the waterproof light ball to float up 3 feet. He was on high alert. This was the bottom of the sea, a bottomless abyss. Who knew what kind of monsters would suddenly appear? Buzz. Just as Yi Fan was on high alert, countless dazzling golden lights gushed out from the huge crack that had just appeared. The golden lights were magnificent, and thousands of auspicious auras lit up the entire seabed in gold. The dazzling golden lights made Yi Fan, who had just adapted to the dark environment of the seabed, close his eyes immediately and raise his sleeves to block it. Clang! After the golden lights shot out, a deafening sound came from below the crack again. It was like a huge bell, and the sound was endless. It was the divine cauldron. After hearing this sound, Yi Fan was overjoyed. He put down his sleeves and adjusted his eyesight. Then, he used the waterproof light ball and rushed into the golden crack. Golden lights, countless golden lights. Yi Fan, who had rushed into the crack, seemed to have entered a golden world. Whoosh! He had just entered the crack when a waterproof light ball that had gathered around him disappeared instantly. There was no seawater here, Yi Fan exclaimed in his heart. As he slowly descended, he carefully looked around for the divine cauldron. However, just as he was concentrating on looking around, his feet suddenly came into contact with something solid. His figure suddenly stopped. Yi Fan hurriedly lowered his head to check. Beneath his feet, there was nothing but golden light. But, judging from the feeling of his feet, he should be stepping on an extremely flat ground. Yi Fan slowly squatted down and carefully reached out to touch the invisible entity under his feet. The physical tentacles were hard, smooth, and even warm. After a round of touching, Yi Fan slowly stood up, his brows furrowed. According to his analysis, the extremely flat object under his feet should be quite large. Whoosh! Yi Fan thought to himself as he activated the heavenly demon power. Buzzed the red light in Yi Fan's eyes condensed. Whoosh! 2 red beams of light shot out from his eyes. Since this was a golden world, he would use his demonic eyes to take a good look. Auspicious chi rose up in this place, reinforcing and restraining the power of the heavenly demon. If he activated the eye of the heavenly demon, he might be able to see some clues. Swish! Swish! As Yi Fan turned his eyeballs, 2 blood-red beams of light swept back and forth beneath his feet. With a sweep of the demonic eyes, he indeed found something. Wherever the red beam of light swept, Yi Fan's feet instantly turned blood-red and transparent. After a round of inspection, Yi Fan suddenly realized that he was standing inside a huge square light barrier. As the red beam of light passed through the transparent light barrier, a huge bronze cauldron stood firmly inside. Divine Cauldron! The Divine Cauldron was inside this light barrier. He had already found the 5th Divine Cauldron. Yi Fan was shocked. It seemed that the invisible light barrier beneath his feet was the enchantment of this Divine Cauldron. Yi Fan's face revealed a childlike smile. As long as he found the Divine Cauldron, everything else would be easy. With his current strength, breaking the enchantment of the Divine Cauldron was nothing. He used his movement technique and floated down from the top of the light barrier, hovering in front of it. Disciple Yi Bufan, in order to save my beloved wife's soul, had no choice but to search everywhere for the Divine Cauldron in order to gather the patterns of the 9 Divine Cauldrons and comprehend the secret technique to save my beloved wife from suffering. Yi Fan knelt down in the air and said respectfully, "Today, in the depths of the East Sea, I have encountered the Divine Cauldron. It is my fortune. In order to obtain the Divine Cauldron's patterns, I can only break the enchantment." Yi Fan said as he respectfully kowtowed 3 times in the direction of the Divine Cauldron. 1. Just as Yi Fan finished kowtowing, the golden light in the surrounding space instantly disappeared. The invisible barrier of light immediately appeared out of thin air. Within the translucent golden barrier, the simple and dignified Divine Cauldron emitted a green light. Seeing the appearance of the Divine Cauldron, Yi Fan revealed a look of joy. This meant that the Divine Cauldron had accepted his request. Now, he only had one thing to do, and that was to break the enchantment of the Divine Cauldron. Yi Fan thought to himself as he slowly stood up. Then he closed his eyes and began to activate the 3rd stage of the Mysterious Sky Secret Essentials. Phoenix Dance's 9 Heavens. Sisui River, Fire Dragon Town, Heavenly Lake, Mount Everest. Among the 4 divine cauldrons found in these 4 places, other than the one on Mount Everest, he had used his heavenly demon power to break the enchantment of the other 3 to obtain the mysterious patterns on the cauldrons. This time, he wanted to try the Mysterious Sky Secret Essentials and see if the spiritual energy of the Phoenix Dance's 9 Heavens could break the enchantment of the Divine Cauldron. The 3rd stage of the Mysterious Sky Secret Essentials had already reached the Heavenly Tribulation realm and was on par with the power of an immortal. Breaking the enchantment of the Divine Cauldron should not be a problem. 1. As Yi Fan activated the supreme spiritual energy of the Phoenix Dance's 9 Heavens, His red hair and red lips instantly changed his appearance. His red hair turned silver, and his red lips turned pink. The swastika slowly disappeared, and the red light in his eyes disappeared. The spiritual energy ball around him turned from a blinding red light to a resplendent rainbow color. Whoosh! Yi Fan, who was in the rainbow light ball, closed his eyes tightly. His silver hair rose to the sky like a waterfall flowing backwards. His whole body was glowing with auspicious light, as if a real immortal had descended to the mortal world. Wong, Wong, Wong. The 9 feet wide, 7-colored spirit chi ball buzzed as it spun around Yi Fan's body. Zap, zap, zap. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple. 7 streaks of lightning, which were as thick as bowls, shuttled around the rainbow light ball crazily, like 7 snakes of light. Swoosh! Yi Fan, who was in the spiritual energy ball, suddenly opened his eyes. In his eyes, 7 colors were flowing, and the light was shining in all directions. It was dazzling. Swoosh! After the spiritual chi had gathered, Yi Fan suddenly attacked the golden enchantment in front of him with his palm. The speed of his attack was so fast that one could not even see the shadow of his palm. One could only see a ray of rainbow light flashing by. This move looked so simple that it couldn't be any simpler, but it contained the power to shatter mountains and crack the earth. It was earth-shattering, and its momentum was like a rainbow. Boom! The seabed shook violently, and the mountains shook. 7 colors danced in the air, and golden light splashed in all directions. On the surface of the sea, a pillar of seawater, which was hundreds of feet thick, rose to the sky, like a huge dragon coming out of the sea. The strange dragon, which had recovered 40% of its strength and was lying on the beach of the island, heard this loud noise and immediately raised its head and looked into the distance. The place where the pillar of seawater rose to the sky was the sea area where it was cultivating. It did not know what this young man with unfathomable cultivation was looking for. It actually caused such a big commotion. However, it could vaguely guess that what this young man was looking for must have something to do with the magical place where it was living. In the crack at the bottom of the sea, the light that was surging in the sky slowly dissipated. Yi Fan slowly retracted his palm. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the translucent golden enchantment. Seeing this, Yi Fan smiled. The power of the Phoenix Dance's 9th heaven had already reached the power of an immortal. It could completely break the enchantment of the divine cauldron. Crack! Crack! The cracks on the golden enchantment began to spread, and in the blink of an eye, they were densely packed all over the enchantment. Bang! A crisp sound could be heard, and the huge golden enchantment instantly collapsed and shattered. Specks of golden light could be seen falling down. The divine cauldron enchantment was broken by Yi Fan with a single palm. But once the enchantment was broken, the divine cauldron that stood within it let out a low cry, and the green light around it slowly disappeared. Thank you, divine cauldron. Yi Fan bowed deeply to the divine cauldron and said, Disciple has been rude. After bowing, Yi Fan slowly raised his head. Buzz, 2 red pillars of light shot out from his eyes once again, directly shining onto the divine cauldron's body. Yi Fan turned his eyes, scanning up and down. At the same time, he activated his movement technique and slowly circled around the cauldron. Swish wherever the red light beam passed. Countless images of the divine cauldrons that were emitting golden light slowly flew out from the cauldrons. They followed the 2 light beams that shot out from Yi Fan's eyes and slowly flew into Yi Fan's mind. He had already obtained the patterns of the 5th divine cauldron. After collecting all the patterns in his mind, Yi Fan retracted the red light. He knelt on the ground once again and kowtowed to the divine cauldron a few times. Buzz, the divine cauldron lit up with green light again. Hua! The golden enchantment that had turned into specks of light appeared out of thin air once again, enveloping the divine cauldron within. Swish! Yi Fan's surroundings once again turned into an endless golden color. Everything returned to normal. Yi Fan stood up, bowed to the divine cauldron, and then activated his movement technique to soar into the sky, quickly heading towards the huge crack above his head. Swish! Yi Fan's figure instantly rushed out of the huge crack. Rumble! Just as Yi Fan rushed out, the huge crack began to slowly close, letting out a loud rumbling sound. In the blink of an eye, the crack disappeared as if it had never appeared. Yi Fan activated the water-repelling ball of light and flew towards the surface of the sea. A moment later, a ray of starlight rushed out of the sea, straight into the clouds, and gradually disappeared. What happened just now? Was there an earthquake at the bottom of the sea? In the cabin of the battleship, Matsumoto Takeyoshi, who was wearing a gray robe, frowned and asked the man in white behind him. The loud noise just now had awakened him from his sleep. The sound came from the bottom of the sea. As for whether it was an earthquake or not, that is unknown. The man in white replied. Where is Yi Fan? Is he on the ship? Matsumoto Takeyoshi continued to ask. He just went out, and now he is back. The man in white said calmly. Matsumoto Takeyoshi frowned after hearing that. Let the sea demons secretly investigate and see if this was done by Yi Fan. After a long time, Matsumoto Takeyoshi said. Chapter 751. Forbidden City. State Preceptor's Mansion. Night. How are the preparations for the death row prisoners? In the brightly lit and splendid hall of the Imperial Advisor Mansion, Lu Yuanshan, who had his hair tied up with a golden crown and was wearing a splendid purple robe, was sitting on a huge Qilin throne. While drinking tea, he slowly asked the savage zombie king, who was wearing a golden silk Taoist robe, who was standing below the golden stairs. He was now the state preceptor of the great Ming dynasty. He was only below one person and above tens of thousands. It could be said that he had reached the heavens in a single step. Replying to Master, in the capital, 3,000 death row prisoners have been prepared. The remaining 7,000 death row prisoners are now being escorted from all over the country. I think that in a few days, they will all be gathered in the capital. The savage corpse king, who was disguised as Dao Xian, respectfully said to Lu Yuanshan, How are the quality of these death row prisoners? Lu Yuanshan put down the teacup and looked up to ask the savage corpse king, Master, don't worry. These death row prisoners are all strong men, carefully selected by disciple. Their age is not more than 30 years old. It is very suitable to create a corpse demon army. The savage corpse king said, This matter, you take care of it. Lu Yuanshan looked at the savage corpse king and said, Me? The savage corpse king asked. This matter is the first thing that the crown prince asked me to do. I must do this matter perfectly. Lu Yuanshan said to the savage corpse king, These corpse demons are used to deal with the Black Feather Army under Matsumoto Takeyoshi, so their combat strength must be at its peak. Lu Yuanshan said as he slowly stood up from the Kirin throne and slowly walked down the golden stairs. Seeing Lu Yuanshan walking down, the savage corpse king immediately bowed. If you want to turn a living person into a half-human, half-monster corpse demon, you have to let zombies bite them to spread the corpse poison. However, this needs to be controlled properly, Lu Yuanshan said as he walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back. If there is too much corpse poison, the poisoned person will quickly become a zombie. They will lose their rationality, lose their humanity, and become a walking corpse. If there is too little corpse poison, the poisoned person's combat strength will be greatly reduced. You're a 1,000-year-old savage corpse king. The strength of your corpse poison is unrivaled. If we use your corpse poison to create a corpse demon army, we can imagine how strong their battle strength will be. What's even rarer is that you have a 1,000-year-old cultivation base. Your intelligence is far beyond ordinary people. You can completely control your bloodthirsty impulse. You can even control the dosage of your corpse poison, making the corpse demon army's battle strength reach its peak state. Based on these 2 points, You are the best candidate. With Lu Yuanshan's current cultivation, creating several powerful corpse demons was as easy as flipping his hand. However, the Crown Prince needed far too many corpse demons. The number had already reached over 10,000. With such a large number, it was impossible for him to complete it in a short time by himself. If he used the several centuries-old ancient zombies in the Maoshan sect's corpse storage pavilion, he could also complete it quickly. However, their cultivation bases were completely incomparable to the Savage Corpse King. The quality of the corpse demons they created was naturally far inferior to the corpse demons created by the Savage Corpse King. Lu Yuanshan was right. Only the Savage Corpse King could complete this task with quality and quantity. When the Savage Corpse King heard Lu Yuanshan's words, he immediately lowered his head and replied respectfully, "Since Master wants this disciple to do this, then this disciple will definitely not disappoint Master." On the surface, his expression was calm, but he was wild with joy in his heart. If he sucked a few mouthfuls of blood from each of the 10,000 strong men, that would be tens of thousands of mouthfuls of fragrant blood. And these tens of thousands of mouthfuls of blood could at least increase his power by 20%. What he needed the most now was to increase his power. "Don't you dare play tricks with me." Lu Yuanshan stopped in front of the Savage Corpse King and stared at the Savage Corpse King with a malicious gaze. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Otherwise, I can't guarantee that the golden talisman in your body won't have any problems." "This disciple dares not," the Savage Corpse King whispered. That golden talisman in his body was his eternal pain. "That better be the case." Lu Yuanshan smiled and said to the Savage Corpse King, "When the 10,000 prisoners are all here, I will cast a spell to extract one of their souls and one of their spirits to make them obedient. I'll leave the rest to you." "Yes, Master," the Savage Corpse King replied respectfully. Although the Savage Corpse King said that, he was cursing Lu Yuanshan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This guy's methods were indeed despicable. One had to know that once one of the 3 souls and 7 spirits was extracted, the person would become numb, their eyes empty, and they would become taciturn. The little Taoist boy next to some of the evil Taoists looked submissive, expressionless, and dull, doing whatever he was told to do. It was very likely that his master had extracted a wisp of his soul. "After you're done with this, go back to Maoshan and see how it's been recently. Then come back and report to me." Lu Yuanshan turned around and climbed up the golden steps. He said, "As the Great Ming's imperial advisor, I'm busy with government affairs and have to assist the Crown Prince. I don't have time to take care of the Maoshan sect for the time being." "This disciple understands," the Savage Corpse King replied. Lu Yuanshan sat back on the Qilin throne and said to the Savage Corpse King, "From now on, you'll eat one living person every 3 days instead of one every 2 days. Remember, you can only eat prisoners on death row and don't have any ideas about other people. This is the Forbidden Imperial City, right under the Emperor's feet. Don't lose sight of the big picture for small gains and arouse suspicion. Do you understand?" "Thank you, Master." The Savage Corpse King lowered his head and said to Lu Yuanshan, "This disciple will definitely follow your instructions. Well, you can leave first." Lu Yuanshan on the throne said lazily and waved his hand at the Savage Corpse King. "This disciple will take his leave." The Savage Corpse King retreated respectfully. After turning around, a strange smile appeared on the Savage Corpse King's face. "What? It's really you, Fan?" In the Crown Prince's palace, the Crown Prince, who wore a Confucian headband and was dressed in casual clothes, widened his eyes in shock. He stood up from the table piled with memorials and asked in shock, "Yes, Your Highness." The old eunuch standing at the side bowed and said to the Crown Prince. Hearing the old eunuch's words, the Crown Prince sat heavily on the throne with a pale face. "This old servant has confirmed that Yi Fan did indeed arrive in Yangzhou on the night of the fiery meteor. He wreaked havoc in the brothel there and rescued the Dongying woman, Akatsuki. The time and location are exactly the same as what the imperial astronomer, Li Tianfeng, said," the old eunuch continued. "Rescued Hongji?" The crown prince immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard this and asked anxiously, "What happened to Hongji?" In his heart, he still could not forget Yu Hongji, yearning for her day and night. Seeing the crown prince asking about Akatsuki, the old eunuch could not help but sigh in his heart. Since ancient times, heroes loved beauties. He had said so many things to the crown prince, but the crown prince was still infatuated with Akatsuki. This was probably what Buddhists referred to as the karmic ties of life. Forget it, the crown prince can do whatever he wants. As a eunuch, how could he understand the relationship between a man and a woman? The old eunuch thought in his heart and told the crown prince about how Akatsuki was ambushed and sold to a brothel. Later on, she was rescued by Yi Fan. After hearing the old eunuch's story, the crown prince slammed the table and stood up in anger. Informed the garrison in Yangzhou to send people to raise that warm fragrance pavilion to the ground. Also, remove that Yangzhou magistrate from his position and throw him into prison. The crown prince said with gritted teeth. The woman he liked was sold to a brothel. As the monarch of a country, how could he not be angry? Could it be that your highness is only worried about Akatsuki and not the jade pendant? The old eunuch frowned and asked the crown prince. After the crown prince heard this, he was startled and then took in a breath of cold air. His jade pendant was still with Akatsuki. If something happened to Akatsuki, wouldn't that supreme jade pendant be taken away by the ambusher? That was the jade pendant that could mobilize the imperial army. All kinds of signs showed that Yi Fan had already helped Matsumoto Takeyoshi obtain the meteor iron used to forge divine weapons. In addition, the whereabouts of the jade pendant was unknown. At this time, the crown prince was confused and did not know what to do. The old eunuch was expressionless. He calmly looked at the crown prince and did not say a word. In fact, with his understanding of Yi Fan's character, the rebellious Yi Fan would definitely find a way to find the person who ambushed Akatsuki and avenge him. With Yi Fan's cultivation, it would not be difficult to find that person. Killing that person would be as easy as turning over his hand. In that way, the crown prince's jade pendant would naturally be recovered. But even so, he did not tell the crown prince his inference. The reason was simple. As the saying goes, fall into a pit, learn from one's wit. Although the crown prince was the emperor's star, he was still an ordinary person with 7 emotions and 6 desires. If he did not experience some setbacks, he would not learn his lesson. How could he achieve great things in the future? How could he become a wise monarch? The crown prince's jade pendant was given to Matsumoto Takeyoshi's subordinate, Akatsuki. This kind of thing could only be done by the crown prince who was deeply in love. Taking advantage of this matter, the old eunuch wanted the crown prince to remember this lesson and never do it again. One must know that the emperor was not an ordinary person. Nothing could go wrong. The emperor was like this, not to mention the emperor's star. The crown prince knew that he had made a big mistake. His forehead began to ooze cold sweat. If that jade pendant was used by people with ulterior motives to mobilize the army and directly force the crown prince to abdicate, then the great Ming dynasty would be destroyed in his hands. Because of a woman, he lost the country. How could he face the founder of the country? How could he face the ancestors of the Zhu family? Fu Lin, what should I do? The crown prince at this time looked up at the old eunuch and asked anxiously. This old servant does not know. The old eunuch shook his head and replied. He wanted to see how the crown prince would deal with this matter. In this way, you immediately pass my order and secretly inform the generals of the army that without this prince's handwritten order, no one is allowed to mobilize a single soldier, including the imperial guards in the Forbidden City. Those who violate the order will be beheaded. This old servant will do it. The old eunuch said, turned, and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. The crown prince stood up and called out to the old eunuch. Your Highness, what other orders do you have? The old eunuch turned and asked, Can you go to the East Sea? The crown prince asked the old eunuch. Your Highness means. The old eunuch frowned and asked, Chapter 752. Your Highness, this old servant's duty is to protect your Highness. I cannot leave without permission. Forgive this old servant for not being able to comply. When the old eunuch saw that the crown prince wanted him to see Yi Fan, he immediately bowed to the crown prince. Feline, this matter is of great importance. You should not decline, the crown prince said to the old eunuch. If that jade pendant falls into the wrong hands, the great Ming dynasty will be finished. If the great Ming dynasty is destroyed in my hands, how can I, the crown prince, still have the face to live in this world? But your Highness, the old eunuch frowned and said, no buts. The crown prince stood up and walked to the old eunuch's side. He solemnly said, my life is completely insignificant compared to the great Ming dynasty. You watch me grow up. Apart from imperial father and imperial mother, you are the person I trust the most. I can only ask you for help today. But if this old servant leaves, who will protect your Highness? The old eunuch looked up at the crown prince and asked, you can rest assured, I am now the crown prince of the country. In this heavily guarded palace, there will not be any danger for a short time, the crown prince said to the old eunuch. All right. The old eunuch pondered for a moment and said to the crown prince, in that case, this old servant will immediately leave and go to the Eastern Sea to investigate this matter. However, before this old servant returns, your Highness must not take half a step out of the Forbidden City in case of any accidents. All right, I will wait for your return, the crown prince replied. Before this old servant leaves, I will leave behind a phantom image for your Highness. This way, your Highness will be safe for the time being. Buzz, as the old eunuch spoke, a golden light suddenly flashed around his body. Shwa, a person who looked exactly like the old eunuch, slowly walked out of the golden light and stood beside the crown prince. Not only was this person's appearance and clothing identical to the old eunuch, but his body was also full of spiritual power and surging true qi. This is, seeing another Feline appear out of thin air, the crown prince was surprised. Your Highness, this is a camouflage that this old servant used. It is like a real person and can maintain its form for 3 days without dispersing, the old eunuch said to the stunned crown prince. With this phantom by your Highness' side, those who have ill intentions against your Highness will not dare to do anything to you for the time being. However, although this phantom image can move as usual and serve tea, it cannot speak. Your Highness, remember not to converse with it to prevent it from being exposed. This, really? The crown prince turned to look at the phantom image. The phantom nodded at the crown prince with a smile on his face. His expression was respectful, exactly the same as the old eunuch. If the crown prince would not to the crown prince. The crown prince would not to the crown prince. Your Highness, this old eunuch to the crown. The old eunuch bowed to the crown. The old eunuch bowed to the crown prince and said, it will take at least 1 night, at most 1 day. This old servant will definitely rush back. Be careful, the crown prince said to the old eunuch. No matter what happens, you must return to the capital safely. To the crown prince, it was not clear whether Yi Fan was a friend or foe. Although the old eunuch's cultivation was high, he was still inferior to Yi Fan. If the two fought, the old eunuch would definitely be at a disadvantage. Your Highness, do not worry. This old servant knows what to do. This old servant will take his leave. The old eunuch understood the crown prince's meaning and replied respectfully. As he spoke, he used a secret movement technique. While after a flash of golden light, the old eunuch disappeared in front of the crown prince without a trace. Only the crown prince, who had a serious expression, and the old eunuch, who was calm and silent, were left in the huge golden hall above the Eastern Sea. Torrential rain poured down. The rain had been pouring for a day and a night, and it showed no signs of stopping. In the cabin of a small boat, Yi Fan sat on a prayer mat, facing a table. Under the flickering candlelight, he held a brush in his hand and continuously wrote and drew on the scroll on the table. He was drawing the new picture of the divine cauldron in his mind onto the scroll. At this time, there were already 5 pictures on the scroll. These pictures moved like dragons and snakes, and the pictures and text were both exquisite. They were complex and mysterious. After he finished drawing, Yifan put down the brush and carefully dried the ink. Then he picked up the scroll with both hands and carefully studied the pictures and text on it. If he wanted to save his beloved wife, finding the 9 cauldrons was only the first step. Comprehending the ancient secret method recorded in the pictures was the most important. Taking advantage of the time he had now, he wanted to try to decipher the profound meaning in the patterns. However, after flipping the scroll upside down and studying it for more than an hour, he still couldn't figure out what was so mysterious about it. Instead, his mind began to feel dizzy, and his head felt like it was going to split apart. His mind was in chaos. Yifan placed the scroll back on the table and stretched out his hand to pinch the space between his eyebrows, soothing his head. This divine cauldron pattern was indeed, as Qing Qinzi had said. It contained a strange illusion technique. In the process of comprehending the divine cauldron pattern, the slightest carelessness would cause one to be mesmerized by the illusion technique. If it was light, one would go berserk and their mind would be in chaos. If it was serious, one's blood would be quickly exhausted and they would die on the spot. Baihu, who was lying beside Yifan, saw Yifan frowning with a pained expression. She immediately got up and jumped onto the table. Woo! Baihu stuck out her tongue and licked Yifan's forehead with a pained expression. Xiao Zhao's smooth tongue made Yifan feel cool to the bone. The splitting headache immediately lessened by a lot, and his agitated mood also became much better. Yifan patted Baihu's furry head and said with a smile, "How good would it be if you could return to your human form now? You could help brother Yi massage his temples." Baihu was stunned at first. Then, she used her head to knock Yifan's head. Then, she jumped off the table and ran over to the stove to rest. She knew that Yifan wanted her to eat the 100-herb pill and return to her human form. Silly girl. Yifan saw that Baihu was ignoring him, so he chuckled to himself. He smiled as he poured himself a cup of fragrant tea and drank by himself. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi. Just as Yifan's headache was getting better, an old voice sounded around Yifan. Who is it? When Yifan heard this, he immediately put down his teacup and asked cautiously. As he asked this, he quickly closed the scroll on the table and put it away. He had appeared beside him without a sound, and he hadn't sensed it at all. The person's cultivation level shocked him greatly. Mr. Yi, you're so forgetful. We've met before. Whoosh, a ray of golden light appeared in front of Yifan's table. The golden light shards flickered and fluttered in the air. They fell and sprinkled down. Amidst the light shards, an old man wearing a beautiful palace robe and holding a horsetail whisk appeared out of thin air. It's you? When he saw who it was, Yifan asked suspiciously. He had seen this person before. It was the old eunuch with unfathomable cultivation level who served the crown prince. It seems that Mr. Yi hasn't forgotten about me. The old eunuch smiled. So it's you, eunuch. Please take a seat. Yifan stood up and invited the old eunuch to sit as he spoke politely. He wasn't being so polite because the eunuch was an expert, nor was it because he was one of the crown prince's men. It was because the eunuch was an old man and a good person at that. Then I'll thank Mr. Yi, the old eunuch said as he waved his horsetail whisk and slowly sat down on the futon across from Yifan. Mr. Yi, it must be hard for you to live alone on a small boat that rises and falls with the waves, the old eunuch said after he sat down and looked around. Eunuch, you didn't come here on a rainy night just to visit my residence, did you? Yifan smiled as he took out a clean cup from the tea tray and placed it in front of the old eunuch. He filled the old eunuch's teapot with fragrant tea. Ha ha ha! Mr. Yi is indeed straightforward. It's admirable. The old eunuch laughed loudly. Mr. Yi is right. I wouldn't have come here today for no reason. I have a few things to ask Mr. Yi. Is it eunuch who wants to ask me, or is it His Highness the Crown Prince who wants to ask me? Yifan put down the teapot and asked with a smile. Oh, is there a difference? The old eunuch asked Yifan with a smile. Of course there's a difference. Yifan smiled. Eunuch asking me is like an elder asking a junior. His Highness the Crown Prince asking me is like an emperor asking a commoner. Comparing the two, one can be said or not. The other is that if the emperor wants the subject to die, the subject has no choice but to die. Isn't there a big difference between these two? As Fan spoke, he picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea. After hearing Fan's words, the old eunuch's heart skipped a beat. It was obvious that Fan already held a grudge against the crown prince. And the reason for this was only because of one person, Akatsuki. The moment Akatsuki took off the crown prince's mask and saw how infatuated the crown prince was with Akatsuki, there was already a crack between the two. How is it, eunuch? What identity are you using to ask me this time? Is it as an elder or as his highness envoy? Fan put down the teacup and continued asking. How about I ask as an elder? How about I ask as an envoy? The old eunuch stared at Fan and asked. If eunuch asks as an elder, I will tell you everything I know, Fan said with a smile. If it's as an envoy, how about it? The old eunuch asked. If eunuch asks as an envoy, then forgive me for not being a good host, Fan replied with a smile. After eunuch finishes drinking this cup of tea, please return to the Forbidden City. Just say that I disobeyed the imperial edict and drew pictures to arrest me. In any case, it's not like I haven't been wanted before. The old eunuch frowned and didn't say anything. Fan quietly drank his tea. The two fell into silence. They could only hear the pitter-patter of the rainstorm hitting the roof of the boat. I'll ask as an elder, the old eunuch said after pondering for a long time. Fan smiled after hearing this. If elder has something to say, please say it. Fan smiled as he took out some fresh fruit pastries that Akatsuki had made for him and placed them in front of the old eunuch. Did you help Matsumoto Takeyoshi obtain the falling meteor? The old eunuch asked directly. Chapter 753. Why are you doing this? The old eunuch asked. Matsumoto Takeyoshi has already begun to suspect me, Fan directly replied. This time, he sent me to seize the meteorite in order to test whether or not I will help him. After all, I have been in the Eastern Sea for so long and have yet to find a single divine cauldron for him. This time, if I don't help him seize the meteorite, he will lose his trust in me. If that happens, Chico will be in danger. If you help him seize the meteorite, won't Matsumoto Takeyoshi's black feather troop be like a tiger that has grown wings? Won't the great Ming dynasty be in danger? The old eunuch asked with a frown. Senior's words are incorrect. Fan calmly looked at the old eunuch and said, First of all, a mere piece of metal cannot affect the fate of the great Ming dynasty. Speaking of which, this piece of metal falling from the sky, could it not be that this is the will of the heavens? Shouldn't the imperial court properly reflect on this matter? Instead of reflecting on your own mistakes, you put this crime on my head. Isn't this a bit of sophistry? The old eunuch frowned and did not speak. Second of all, this time, even if I don't do anything, that meteorite will still fall into Matsumoto Takeyoshi's hands, Fan continued. Matsumoto Takeyoshi has many experts under him. If I don't do it, someone else will. Since he dares to use this matter to test me, it means that he already has victory in his grasp. Whether I do or not, the result will be the same. Thus, it will be better for me to do it and increase Matsumoto Takeyoshi's trust in me. This time, Matsumoto Takeyoshi obtained the meteorite in the meteorite. Who knows how many great Ming soldiers' lives will be taken away in the future, the old eunuch said with a worried expression. Since they joined the army to serve the country, then they should be prepared to sacrifice their lives for the country. This is their duty and also their obligation. No one forced them, Fan said indifferently. But Mr. Yi is a citizen of the great Ming dynasty, and his cultivation is heaven-defying. Could it be that he can't serve the imperial court? Could it be that he can't bear to see the imperial court fall into an abyss of suffering? The old eunuch couldn't bear to listen to Fan's words and asked coldly, Citizens of the great Ming dynasty serve the imperial court? Fan sneered. Back then, Our Yi family was loyal and devoted to the imperial court, but what happened in the end? Didn't he still end up being investigated, wanted everywhere, and forced to live in exile in Mongolia? Didn't I, a citizen of the great Ming dynasty, have my beloved wife snatched away by that Lord Zhou of your imperial court? Now, we need the Yi clan. The imperial court will redress our injustice and restore our reputation. But then again, if the Yi clan is useless to the imperial court, will the imperial court do this? Would the crown prince personally come to the Mongol Empire and personally make a promise? In the end, wasn't it because the Yi clan was useful to the imperial court? In the future, once the chaos of war is quelled and the four seas are at peace, the imperial court might turn against us. As for seniors saying that my cultivation is heaven-defying and that I should serve the imperial court, that's even more unreasonable. I do have some cultivation now, but this cultivation wasn't given to me by the imperial court. Why should I serve the imperial court? You? The old eunuch was at a loss for words after being refuted by Yi Fan. He didn't know what to say. What, am I wrong? Yi Fan asked the old eunuch in return. The imperial court does owe your Yi clan, but that was for a reason. It wasn't intentional. Moreover, the current crown prince who is in charge of the imperial court is a heroic ruler who loves his people like his own children. How could he do such a treacherous thing? The old eunuch cupped his hands towards the empty air and said, Qin Huang, Han Wu, Tang Sect, Song Zhu, which one of them isn't a heroic ruler? Which one of them doesn't love his people like his own children? But when the birds are gone, the good bough is put away, the cunning rabbit is dead, and the lackey is cooked. Isn't this a common occurrence? Qin Huang burned books and buried Confucians. Han Wu abandoned loyal generals. Tang Sek killed his brothers. Song Zhu, after wearing the yellow robe, gave up military power with a cup of wine. Let me ask Senior, how do you explain this? Yi Fan picked up his teacup and leisurely sipped his tea as he asked the old eunuch. This time, the old eunuch was completely unable to answer. Senior, you said you had a few things to ask. Other than this, what else is there? Yi Fan asked again. The other thing is about the jade pendant. The old eunuch said to Yi Fan, after Miss Yu met with misfortune in Yangzhou, is the jade pendant your highness bestowed upon her safe? Has it been lost? Yi Fan frowned after hearing this. He didn't expect the old eunuch to know so clearly about what happened in Yangzhou. Senior's information is really fast. You even know about this matter. Yi Fan put down his teacup and calmly said, that jade pendant has supreme power and can mobilize the imperial court's troops. It is extremely important to act first and report later. It cannot fall into the hands of evil people. The old eunuch said with a dignified expression, What? Your Highness the Crown Prince wants to take back the jade pendant that was given to someone? Yi Fan asked, Tell me first, is the jade pendant safe? The old eunuch asked Yi Fan. Yi Fan smiled and took out the jade pendant that the crown prince always carried with him. He extended his hand and handed it to the old eunuch. After returning from Yangzhou to the Eastern Sea, Akatsuki gave the jade pendant to Yi Fan so that he could return it to the crown prince in person when he had the chance. This thing had always been a knot in Akatsuki's heart. It was also the estrangement between her and Yi Fan. She didn't want to have this thing anymore, for Yi Fan and for herself. After seeing the crown prince's jade pendant, the old eunuch respectfully received it with both hands and held it in his hands. Everything was as he expected. The jade pendant was not lost. Since this item is in Mr. Ye's hands, this old servant is relieved. As the old eunuch spoke, he placed the jade pendant on the table in front of Yi Fan. Elder, please take this jade pendant back to the crown prince. Yi Fan pushed the jade pendant back to the old eunuch and said, Hong Ji asked me to find time to return this item to the crown prince. Since Elder has come this time, I won't have to make a trip. The old eunuch lowered his head to look at the jade pendant on the table and muttered to himself. He didn't think that Yi Fan would take the initiative to ask to return the jade pendant to its rightful owner. Hong Ji asked me to tell your highness the crown prince that this item is no small matter. If you keep it on you, it will only invite disaster. She thanks your highness for your kindness, but she doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it, Yi Fan continued. This old servant understands. The old eunuch nodded and put the jade pendant away. Yi Fan's words were good news to him. Clearly, Akatsuki didn't have any feelings for the crown prince. The crown prince only had one-sided feelings for her. After learning of this, the crown prince would definitely let go of this relationship and focus on court affairs. In this way, Yi Fan and the crown prince wouldn't have any grudges between them. At the very least, they wouldn't become enemies. This old servant has finished his business. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for the tea. After the old eunuch put away the jade pendant, he looked at Yi Fan and spoke. Elder, you're leaving without even taking a sip of tea? Yi Fan asked the old eunuch with a smile. Ha ha! The old eunuch laughed and said, This old servant was worried that Matsumoto Takayoshi's people would discover my tracks, so I purposely used an illusion to meet you. How would you taste tea? What? Illusion? The old eunuch's words gave Yi Fan a huge shock. The old man in front of him was actually an illusion. No wonder he didn't sense this person's arrival. This person was indeed an expert. He was able to use illusion techniques to such an extent that even Yi Fan couldn't see any clues. What shocked Yi Fan even more was that this old man could actually use an illusion to take away the jade pendant. This was the first time he had seen such a secret technique that was both real and illusory. Mr. Yi, take care. This old servant will return to the capital to report. As the old eunuch spoke, he slowly stood up from the cattail hassock and prepared to leave. Elder, go back and tell the crown prince that he doesn't need to worry about the Hua Liuxing incident. As Yi Fan spoke, he stood up and moved his head close to the old eunuch's ear and whispered a few words. Is this true? The old eunuch's face was immediately filled with shock and excitement when he heard this. Shoo! Yi Fan smiled and put his index finger to his lips, indicating for the old eunuch to speak softer. Mr. Yi, you have been dissatisfied with the imperial court. This old man thought that you. The old eunuch smiled and said to Yi Fan, I am indeed dissatisfied with the imperial court. The change of dynasty isn't important to me at all. However, the people are innocent. They did nothing wrong and shouldn't pay the price. What do you think? Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry. His Highness the Crown Prince will revive the great Ming dynasty and let the people live and work in peace and contentment. The old eunuch reached out and patted Yi Fan's shoulder as he spoke. With this pat, Yi Fan felt no different from a normal person's shoulder. He could even feel the old eunuch's breath. If the old eunuch hadn't told him the truth, he wouldn't have believed that this was an illusion. I hope so, Yi Fan said with a smile. This old man is leaving. Mr. Yi, please stay. Senior, take care. Whoosh! The old eunuch's body turned into countless sparkling golden fragments and disappeared into thin air. The old eunuch's miraculous illusion technique was an eye-opener for Yi Fan. No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. The divine cauldron's spiritual chi in the strange dragon's body and the old eunuch's illusion technique made Yi Fan feel that his spiritual chi cultivation needed to reach a higher level. Right now, the spiritual chi in his body had reached a delicate balance. Increasing the spiritual chi of the righteous side would only bring him benefits and no harm. This was also the method that the Persian divine hand, a tall Sudi, had told Yi Fan when they were alone in the cave that day. Using the method of increasing the spiritual chi of the righteous side to suppress the spiritual chi of the evil side could greatly reduce the danger of the spiritual chi that he was about to face. Thus, he could maintain a clear mind and clear mind. However, this was only a temporary solution. The heavenly demon's power was that it would become stronger when faced with a strong opponent. In addition to the heavenly demon's spiritual chi and the innate evil chi, whether Yi Fan's spiritual chi would eventually go berserk or not depended on Yi Fan's luck. Right now, he had already cultivated the mysterious sky secret technique to the third stage. If he continued to cultivate The difference between the yin and yang qi in his body would be too great. In less than a month's time, it would be the 15th of August, his birthday, the night of the full moon. He could cultivate the second stage of the proud moon heavenly scripture, and he could even continue to cultivate the third stage. One had to know that he had already passed the heavenly tribulation. The mysterious sky secret technique's spiritual chi in his body was just enough to withstand the heavenly tribulation brought by the proud moon heavenly scripture. At that time, both the proud moon heavenly scripture and mysterious sky secret technique would reach the third stage. Not only would it be able to suppress the evil chi in his body, but it would also greatly increase his spiritual chi cultivation. Chapter 754. In the early morning of the eastern sea, the sky was cloudy and drizzling. Inside the warm and dry cabin, Yi Fan rolled up his sleeves, held an iron ladle, and carefully stirred the iron pot on the stove. Inside the iron pot, the pure white granulated sugar began to gradually melt into a light golden viscous syrup. The air was filled with a refreshing caramel sweet smell. On the tables beside him, there were fresh haws that had been washed and seeded and were threaded with thin bamboo sticks, as well as a large pot of fried fragrant white sesame seeds. He was making tanghulu. Taking advantage of the time now, he was prepared to make a trip to Pear Blossom Palace to visit his beloved wife and grandfather Yun, who was seriously injured and lost 10 years of his life. Before leaving last time, he promised Fujiwara no Chico to bring her delicious food, and Fujiwara no Chico loved to eat tanghulu the most. This time, he was going to personally make dozens of tanghulu for his beloved wife to make her happy and let her eat to her heart's content. Boiling the syrup, dipping the sugar, sprinkling the sesame, Yi Fan was very careful, afraid that the tanghulu he made would not be to his wife's taste. Baihu stood on the table, staring with its clear eyes at Yi Fan making tanghulu while drooling. It also loved to eat tanghulu. You can't eat it now. You have to wait for the syrup to cool down completely. Seeing that Baihu was drooling, Yi Fan put the tanghulu covered in syrup and sesame seeds on the clean chopping board and said with a smile, "Woo!" Baihu looked at the tanghulu covered in syrup on the chopping board and let out an impatient whimper, licking its lips from time to time. Impatient guy. Looking at the drooling Baihu, Yi Fan shook his head with a smile. "All right, since you're so hungry, I'll give you two first," Yi Fan said, stretching out his right hand, urging the cold air, and gently stroking the tanghulu on the chopping board. Crack, crack, crack. After Yi Fan touched it, the piping hot sugar-coated haws were instantly frozen by the cold air released from Yi Fan's palm, becoming crystal clear and bright red like fire. "Here, eat." Yi Fan patted Baihu's head and said with a smile. After hearing Yi Fan's words, Baihu didn't say another word. She lowered her head and picked up a big stick of candied haws. She jumped down from the table and happily ran to the side to eat. "What are you making? Why is it so sweet?" Asterisk crash. Asterisk after the door slid open, Tsukuyami, dressed in red, walked in from outside the cabin. "You came at the right time. Try my cooking and see if it's as good as the one sold outside." After seeing Akatsuki, Yi Fan took a stick of frozen candied haws from the chopping board and handed it to Akatsuki. "Candied haws." Akatsuki was pleasantly surprised and said excitedly. Coincidentally, she and Fujiwara no Chico were the same. They both loved this sweet and sour candied haws. She took off her veil and took the candied haws from Yi Fan. She opened her red lips and bit down. "How is it? Is it good?" Yi Fan asked Akatsuki. Akatsuki was chewing on the candied haws and didn't have time to speak. She could only extend her hand to Yi Fan and give him a thumbs up as a sign of praise. That's good, that's good." Yi Fan smiled and lowered his head to continue making the candied haws. "Why are you in the mood to make candied haws today? And so much?" Akatsuki walked in front of Yi Fan while eating the candied haws and asked. I want to make a trip to Pear Blossom Palace to see Chico and grandfather. Yifan was busy with his hands and said without raising his head, Chico loves candied haws the most. I'll make more for her to bring over. Oh, hearing Yifan say this, Akatsuki slowly put down the candied haws in her mouth, and the expression on her face changed from excitement to calmness. She originally thought that these candied haws were made for her by Yifan. When are you leaving? Akatsuki asked Yifan. When the syrup on these candied haws has cooled and solidified, I'll leave. Yifan neatly placed the candied haws covered in syrup and sesame seeds on the chopping board and answered, But isn't this candied haws already done? Akatsuki looked at the candied haws in her hand and asked in confusion. That's because Xiao Zhao was greedy, so I used cold air to make it. The texture is still a bit lacking, so it's not as good as naturally cooled ones. Yifan looked up at Akatsuki and said with a smile. Akatsuki turned to look at Xiao Zhao, who was happily eating syrup by the stove, and understood everything. This man's love for his wife could be said to have reached the pinnacle. She could see his painstaking efforts from just a small stick of candied haws. I'll help you. The red-eyed Akatsuki put down the candied haws in her hand and then rolled up her sleeves. She reached out to take the finished candied haws from Yifan and quickly placed them on the chopping board. You do it. I'll help you. It'll be faster that way. Yifan frowned and looked at Akatsuki. Akatsuki lowered her head and worked, avoiding Yifan's gaze. There's still time. I'll do it. Yifan said to Akatsuki. You just recovered your strength. You should rest well. I'm not that delicate. Akatsuki tucked her long hair behind her ear and said with her head down as she worked, You haven't seen your wife for so long. It's rare that you have time to go to Pear Blossom Palace. This time, you should accompany her more. I'm here in the Eastern Sea. You're not coming with me? Yifan frowned and asked Akatsuki. You're going to see your wife. What's the matter with me going? Akatsuki turned her head and smiled at Yifan. Besides, I still have to help you find information about the 9 cauldrons in the Eastern Sea. Only then can you be at ease and accompany your wife. After speaking, Akatsuki turned around. 2 sparkling and translucent tears slowly flowed from her eyes and into her mouth. They were bitter and astringent. She secretly urged her spirit energy to stop the tears in her tear ducts. However, despite Akatsuki's efforts to hide her tears, she still couldn't escape Yifan's sharp senses. Hongji, Yifan said, If you don't hurry up, the syrup will burn. Akatsuki turned her head and looked at Yifan with a bright smile. Yifan responded and lowered his head to continue working. It was better for him to pretend that he didn't know. An hour later, Yifan, who was carrying a green bamboo pole, appeared high up in the sky. The top of the green bamboo pole was wrapped with several layers of straw mats. On the straw mats, there were many sparkling and translucent candied haws that were bright red and shiny. Around the dozens of candied haws, Yifan used 5-colored spirit energy mixed with cold air to completely wrap them up. This way, it could keep them fresh and prevent dust. He stepped on the auspicious clouds and carried the candied haws on his shoulder as he flew toward the Pear Blossom Palace at lightning speed. Buzz, in the garden of the Pear Blossom Palace, Jinshan, who was wearing a pink dress, pressed one hand on the Baihui acupoint on the head of the Yun who was sitting on a rosewood chair. Golden light shone from her palm. Whoosh, countless golden rays of light snaked down the Baihui acupoint on Yi Yun's head and entered Yi Yun's chi ocean. Jinshan's eyes were tightly shut and her brows were slightly furrowed. On her forehead, large beads of sweat seeped out. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Jinshan opened her beautiful eyes and slowly stopped her cultivation. Her face was slightly pale. Jinshan squatted down and didn't bother to wipe her sweat. She asked Yun, who was sitting on the rosewood chair with concern, How is it? Do you feel better? Kinner, don't waste any more chi for me. Cough, cough, cough. Using so much chi with so little effect is not worth it. Don't drag you down because of me, this old bag of bones, cough, cough, cough. On the rosewood chair, the white-haired and wrinkled Yun looked at Jinshan with heartache. He stretched out his trembling hand to wipe away Jin Chan's sweat. I don't care. Jin Chan's eyes flashed with tears. She held Yi Yun's old hand with both hands and gently placed it on her face. She choked with sobs and said, "As long as I can make you feel better, I will use up all my qi to keep you alive." Ever since they returned from the demon-slaying conference, Yi Yun's speed of aging was faster and faster. He who was in his 50s now looked like he was in his 70s. Not only did the Burning the Heavens diagram directly consume 10 years of his life, it also completely burned away the sword qi in his body and even severely injured his internal organs. As a result, the speed of his aging naturally became faster and faster. During the day, Jin Chan was busy taking care of Fujiwara no Chiko and Yi Yun. At night, she would study the secret scriptures of the Pear Blossom Palace. She wanted to find an effective way to heal Yi Yun's body. However, she flipped through all the secret scriptures that she could find, but still couldn't find a way. Seeing her beloved man grow old so painfully, Jin Chan made up her mind and used the natal qi that she had cultivated for many years. This natal qi was the innate foundation of all living beings. It was the essence of life. In detail, it was even more important than spirit qi. This was because without spirit qi, one would at most be like an ordinary person. But without natal qi, it meant that one's life was about to end. Jin Chan would transfer her natal qi to Yi Yun every 7 days in order to slow down Yi Yun's aging. But even so, as Yi Yun had said, the results were minimal. Yi Yun saw this, and his heart ached. "Kinner, cough, cough, cough." Yi Yun said weakly to the teary-eyed Jin Chan, "Don't worry about my injuries. I've let you down for so many years. This is my retribution. Cough, cough, cough. I'm already satisfied that you have forgiven me. Even if I die, I will die without regrets." As Yi Yun spoke, 2 streams of hot tears flowed out from his wrinkled eyes. "No, I won't let you die." Jin Chan cried loudly. "If you die, I don't want to live either." "Silly girl, don't say silly things. Cough, 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 you have to live well," Yi Yun said as he wiped away Jin Chan's tears. After Jin Chan heard this, she threw herself into Yi Yun's arms and started sobbing. For the first time since she became famous, she felt powerless. Granny Golden Silkworm's fame spread far and wide. Countless lives had been saved by her. However, she had saved so many people, but she couldn't save the man she loved. This pain seeped in her bones and left her heartbroken. Yi Yun caressed Jin Chan's waterfall-like hair as tears flowed down his face. "He is not dead yet. What is there to cry about?" Just as the two of them were crying bitterly, a clear voice entered their ears. Whoosh, a white light screen appeared out of thin air. It was extremely dazzling. In the white light, a man in white clothes with an elegant temperament slowly walked out of the white light. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.